The man that never complains. Skip Smith. Skip Smith says he never complains. Only when he's reading the news. And he claims that he has been in the media business for decades, I believe. But anyways, he has a little segment here. It's called porch setting. Porch setting. And you get a better feel on who Skip is, who Skip Smith is. Skip Smith, the man that never complains. Let's see him complain. And another thing too, when you move somewhere, there's probably a good chance that you're not going to like it. You're going to like where you're from. And it holds true with, I mean, just about anybody. The better percentage, the better chance of you're going to like, the place that you move to or not. It's going to be not. Why don't everybody just stay where they're from? You'll be a lot happier. But anyways, this guy here is Skip Smith. Skip Smith, the guy that reads the news. He doesn't go out. Well, he may go out, but he doesn't go out. Let's say he doesn't find his own news stories. Like I'm talking about, 100%, or and also with the Associated Press, like anybody else. But he's reading the Star Banner or the Star Banner website or whatever. It's somebody else's dime. Somebody else's dime to produce these stories, to write them, to find them, to chase them down, to investigate, to be on the alert. It costs money. And then you just go and you just read the Star Banner. To me, it's almost like theft. But anyways, let's get into it here. We're gonna check out. We're gonna check out if this video is worth watching or not. All right, here we go. Skip Smith, and I believe it's his wife or his mistress or something. Here.
Go with. Yeah. Okay. But he's got a new Chewy today. He's loving it. Yeah, but Daddy left you, didn't he? And so he'll be back. He'll be back in a minute. Yeah, he'll be back in a minute. Ah. That didn't take long. Yeah, that didn't take long. No, wait, I'll be back in a minute, honey. How is everybody today?
Oh, I'm doing great.
Not bad out here. Not the wind that we had yesterday, boy. We had
we had
a lot of wind yesterday, and all my flowers were all over the porch. I wasn't expecting that, so but they're not too bad. Not worse for wear. They're still good, but like the Buddy's liking this weather actually, and I think it's 68 with a breeze. So I think the high today maybe 70, 71, something like that. But still not bad as long as the sun's are shining. And I'm kind of enjoying it actually. But somewhere in the sun. Thank you. Yeah, the flowers, it was time to change them out. But like I said yesterday, we had some wind, and it had some pretty good wind gusts, and it kind of knocked all of them off their perch, and so there's lost a few leaves.
Okay.
But all in all, they didn't do bad.
We're going to wait till the grumpy guy gets back.
In a minute, okay? Yeah. Skip went in to get his coffee, so, Buddy can't stand it because he's not with him. He'll be back out in a minute, honey. I think he's getting to like Skip more than me, truthfully, maybe it's because I've had to leave him so much.
Your dog has a low IQ.
Skip's always here, so maybe that's what it is. But oh my goodness. Rich A says hi from chilly 38 degrees in Warminster, Pennsylvania. Have to call in at 4 p.m. to see if I have jury duty. Yeah, don't you hate that? I know it's something that you got to do.
It's probably something to do with Middleburg.
But I sure hated it. Hey, Jerry.
It's probably something to do with Middleburg. You know.
Mark Ryan, hey. Come on, get up here. Can you do that?
There he is, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
There he is. There's Skip, ladies and gentlemen.
I said that's what I said. I think he keeps an eye on Skip now instead of me. So sometimes that's a blessing. Hey, Laura. 28 and cloudy in Chicago, suburban Chicago.
Who cares about Chicago? Who cares?
Well, that's right. My brother's coming Friday from Rockford, and
I feel sorry for your brother. He's got to hang out with Skip.
I think it'll be. He's not going to be here for the weekend, but it'll be a nice retreat for him to get out of the cold weather.
Is he bringing down Sarah?
No, he's coming by himself.
I don't know how long these two have been married, but Skip doesn't even know the gentleman's wife's name. Her brother.
They all got
Flying or driving?
flying. I'm gonna pick him up in Sanford Friday. The groom thing don't go there all the time, so. But like I said, he can only stay the weekend because he's committed to selling trees for the YMCA, I think is what he said.
Oh, it's such a lie. Your family lies constantly and you eat it up.
Oh my goodness,
He
no.
only stay in the weekend because he can only stand me that long. That's a fact.
I bet that's true. Oh, grumpy Skip Smith. I mean, I bet it's a pleasure hanging out with you. Yeah, I would only stay a weekend too.
That's a fact.
No. Yeah, you take
I
that.
don't know why people have such a hard time dealing with facts.
Dealing with you.
And then facts. Yeah, stick to the facts, Skip, when you're doing the news. Stick to the facts, Skip. Skip. Stick to the facts. Stop putting your opinion in. It's your opinion is ridiculous, Skippy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the point is, I love this time of year. I tried to get some of the white ones, and they were kind of all sold out when I was looking, so they probably got them now. Jerry wanted to know how was Thanksgiving dinner.
I had steak and lobster tail
Yeah, steak and lobster and the
Right.
Jerry Delight.
that I had to cook myself.
Yeah, because I don't do it right.
You don't know how to cook lobster tail.
I know.
Well, Skip knows how to do everything perfect, ladies and gentlemen.
That's all right. And I said, you could cook more often if you want. Nana wants to know if you're using the new hearing devices.
Hearing devices?
Yeah,
You mean hearing aids?
yeah.
What about them?
Are you using them?
No.
That's what I thought.
I use them every day for about a month, 6 weeks, something like that. Matter of fact, I've got another hearing doctor appointment. I don't even know when. I can't keep track of it.
February.
But I'm thinking about just calling up, just canceling that. I don't need it anymore.
Yeah, sure. You don't need it anymore. I guarantee he's going to say something grumpy coming up here in a minute.
He doesn't do anything. He just go in there and he says, well, how we doing? I mean, that's the first question. Write everything down, so does the dog bark too loud? Does it flushing the toilet sound like Niagara Falls? All that. Everything I need is on the phone. It's all synced together, and I can, turn it up, turn it down, shut the left one off. I can do all kinds of stuff. So I don't see why I need the doctor anymore because I'm the one that knows. Not him. Frequency tuned in, and that's really all I need him for.
Okay.
What's his name anyway? Rodriguez.
Yes.
Got like an American first name, Rodriguez, like Bob Rodriguez
Ah,
I don't
or
know.
Dick.
he's the guy that wears the ice hat. He's Mr. Ice at Border Patrol.
assimilated.
Ah, boo.
Kinda.
Yeah, just sneak that right in there, Skip.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I will
that's
say that, but he does have one habit that stands out to me really, really poignant. It's like he does business with old people, so he knows that old people like to talk. And after I'm there about 15 minutes and I've answered all of his questions, he has a tendency to somehow, somewhere, he gets up, he kind of leads you to the door.
Time to go. But yeah, man, that's your, there's your answer. He's not using them. Let's see. Julie says it's 22 there in Indiana. So
who cares about Indiana?
I feel, it's kind of chilly here. It's
Who cares about Indiana? I mean, we're talking about the villages here. Oh yeah, that's right. It's just port setting. But basically you're known as a news guy. When you do your news reports, I mean, and wearing the Indianapolis Colts hat. I mean, uh, come to Florida and just, you know what? When you come to Florida and you do nothing but say how bad and terrible Florida is. You know what that makes you look like? Makes you look like an idiot. You didn't even put your study in. Basically, stay home and live a boring life. And that's what I'm saying. Okay? Just keep everything the same in your life and just have a boring life. That's all I'm saying.
behave, but
Julie.
yeah.
Hi, Julie. When are you coming down?
Laura said Rockford got about 12 inches of snow this past weekend. Yeah, I know. I talked to him yesterday, and I think you're supposed to get a little bit more. Like I said, the cold spell we're having is also the cold spell that you're getting. But he said he got it all cleaned up. And I said, you didn't go out there and shovel snow, did you? Because he's already had one heart attack. And he said no, that they had some kids down the street that actually come and he let him use his snow blower. And they had a little one and he had a big one and they kind of liked his. I said, that's the way you do it. So he just let them use his big snow blower. But the little stuff, he sent me a video and stuff like snow on the top of the porch roof, that kind of stuff. He was going around knocking that stuff down. But I don't like the idea of him doing.
Here we go. We got Skip. Skip likes to eat with his mouth open. And Skip likes to eat, with his mouth open while he's on video. Okay, it's just port setting, right? And he's going to say, oh, it's not, it's nothing professional here. This is us just having a chat. You're still eating with your mouth open. You're talking with your mouth open while you're eating. Okay. And then when you do the news, you're inside, right? And you got a hat on. I mean, you're actually underneath the roof right now. Technically, it's not in the living area, so you're technically not inside. But when you're doing the news, you got a hat on. That's ridiculous. Oh, and then you're gonna say it's not ridiculous.
Nah, but I'm not his wife. His wife will tell him when he's not supposed to do something. So,
Look at him eat with his mouth open.
Joan Clegg says hi from Ohio. Bring a look at 79, partly cloudy and breezy on the side of the volcano. Okay. And Carol says hi all. And Meta says, great that you can do everything from your phone.
Look at him eat. He eats with his mouth open. It's disgusting. Is that what people from Indiana do? They eat with their mouth open? It's ridiculous.
Just about. I think it's great and it's a good convenience, but you know what you're not doing is you're not remembering. Like all my phone numbers are in this phone. They're not in my head anymore.
So what? Who cares? You got to remember their name and how to get to it. It's a little bit. I mean, it's ridiculous. Why don't we just use a wind-up watch?
They're in his phone. If I want to call my son, I have
to. If you ever go to jail and you got to call somebody to bail you out.
Middleburg, listen, the Middleburg SWAT team will let you. They'll look it up for you. Whatever phone number, when you go to jail, they'll look it up for you. Okay? Skip's trying to tell you that they're gonna say, hey, you can make a phone call. And they know that nobody knows anybody's phone number. Of course. Of course they're gonna look a phone number up for you. Ridiculous.
They confiscate your phone in jail. You ain't gonna be able to call anybody because none of you can remember a cell phone number.
Well, I remember
I remember hers.
and I remember yours.
That's
But
not the only one I remember.
yeah. But like it is nice that you can do anything, like this program and
Yeah, when we were kids,
pictures and
we
videos.
saw 50 people from school, and we knew every one of their phone numbers.
Yeah, that's what I said. And you're not remembering it now because it's all on the phone. All the pictures. I mean, if you think in 30 years nobody's going to have any pictures because they're all on my phone. So I've
The problem with pictures is because they change things constantly, and that right now your pictures are on the phone. When somebody comes up with this new, better, greater idea of a telephone, your pictures won't be able to get had because the sophistication it takes to get to your pictures will be lost.
That is so ridiculous. Yeah, is that news? Skip, is that news? You got to be kidding me.
Yeah. Susan Norton says halfway.
Your music real quick.
Well, why don't we just listen to you, talk with your mouth full?
When I had my 57 Chevy, I had an 8-track player, deck player. And then it went from that to cassettes. I mean, the 8-tracks were like useless. Well, before that, we had record player, which I had. And then it went from cassette to CDs, then CDs to, I want to say, the plug-in stuff for your computer, whatever they're called. I don't even know what they're called. And I seen
The guy that likes to brag that he's been in this business for a long time. I swear he said decades, right? But the guy, he doesn't even know what this stuff's called. The guy doesn't know anything. He's about ready to tell you about like iCloud, the storage. He just learned about it. Oh God!
something on TV the other day where now you have to pay for
Here it is.
storage out in space,
Oh, yeah.
and all your stuff will go there. You pay your monthly fee to have it there, and that way, if you ever need it, as they say, it's good forever.
This big technical guy, this big YouTuber, as he says, and then he talks about people down here, these YouTubers down here. That's one thing too. Everybody from up north comes down here, and you got to complain about everything down here. Why did you leave and come here? You're an idiot if you come here. You just proved that you're an idiot if you move to Florida. You know why? Because you're sitting there complaining about it and how great it was in Indiana. Indiana's a snoozer. I would pull my hair out. I want to say worse than that if I had to live in Indiana.
I know. Prime says that, they have to store all your pictures for free, which that's great, but
Prime doesn't do anything for free. You got Prime, you're paying for something.
yeah, but Amazon, that's it. They'll save all.
So then Prime ain't free. You're paying for it.
Prime isn't free. No, you're paying for it.
Right. And if you ever quit paying for Prime, guess what? Your free shit's gone.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't have Prime.
Well, actually, the grumpy guy's probably right there, but who cares? We're gonna get to the good stuff coming up here in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, maybe I do it. Because Homer Racing noted I had a Costco card, and I didn't even know I had that.
Well, you don't pay attention. Talk to me every once in a while. I'll tell you.
Because I don't need this stuff. I don't want this stuff.
Yeah.
You guys are the ones that decide that I should have this stuff, and I know what I want and what I need, and Costco card does not want it.
Well, okay. Like I said, it come with the deal, so no big deal. I knew you wasn't going to use it, so but like I said, they wasn't even going to give it to me until you got your picture taken. And I thought, he ain't going to come out here. So Jose got you out there. But otherwise, you wouldn't have it anyhow.
Look at this guy eat.
Watching us too, guys. Yes, I'm still coming.
Look at old Skip eating that cookie or whatever he's eating. Chomping with his mouth open. Man, what a mongoloid he is.
For a lifetime visit in a year. Always watching. Nice to see you guys. Looking for a home for 3,000.
What? 3,000?
Losing in a year, looking for a home for 3,000.
Maybe you're talking about renting something.
Oh well, that could be. And they're up here. I seen one in the paper last night. It was 2,900. So
If you're talking about renting one, say, on a yearly basis, not a month-to-month basis, I'm saying finding one for 3,000 or less is very doable.
yeah, it's getting weird though.
If you're looking for one in the wintertime to rent for, say, 1 month for 3,000, that can get difficult.
Yeah, I seen a new YouTuber this morning on, and he was talking about
Was it me? Crusty Rusty? Let's find out.
talking about the 5-month inventory that the villages had for homes for sale. I don't know how true that is.
Well, it might be true. So you say you don't know how true it is. Right there, you're saying you don't know. But you're going to put your opinion in, right?
And I said you get a lot of hits that way. You talk about that kind of stuff.
Clickbait.
Oh, yeah, it's clickbait. Maybe it's actual facts. Like you were talking about, Skip. Might be facts. You don't know. You don't check in anything. You just read the Star Banner. Stealing their material.
That's what I figure, but anyhow.
What the hell these people know about real estate? They're not realtors. What the hell they know?
What do you know about media, Skip? You don't know anything about media.
Some of them are. But like I said, this one
I've
wasn't.
been watching too many on there that come on there and they talk about this and that and everything else, and they don't represent any real estate company. Or they would.
Who cares? Maybe they got a degree in that and they're working somewhere else. Maybe they're doing media just like you. You listen. What media outlet do you work for, Skip? The Village's News, Skip Smith. You don't work for anything. You ain't a media guy. You claim to be one. All you do is steal the Star Banner's material.
Mention it.
Yeah, well, I said, they're allowed just like you're allowed.
Well, they are allowed, but I mean, people should, when they watch something, you got to watch. Sometimes, do they just assume that these people know what they're talking about?
Just like you, Skip. Just like you. When you're reading the Star Banner, I pretty much believe what you're talking about. And then when you put your opinion in, I just go, this guy's like an idiot.
A lot of people, they do.
Yeah.
They said they're trying to get all the information they can, so they're watching everybody.
I would say watch the reliable ones.
Oh, yeah, the reliable ones.
And after you watch a half a dozen or so YouTubers down here,
There it is. There's the statement. A guy comes down here from Indiana, and then you watch a few dozen YouTubers down here. There it is. There it is. Everything's great back in Indiana. Why don't you move back to Indiana? But you moved here. Why did you move here? You didn't put your research in, obviously. You didn't check it out. Basically, what you're saying is you're an idiot for moving here. That's what you're saying.
you will learn real quick which ones are reliable and which ones are kind of,
Yeah, and I said we have a lot of people on our Discord channel that they're asking a lot of questions, and I said when we can't answer them, we've got a lot of people on the channel that can.
They got a lot of good people on there. I was reading it yesterday. I think people coming down for the winter. People's bought houses down here. They're asking all kinds of stuff. Who'd you get to paint your house? Something about gutters today. I've seen gutters.
A lot of good people. And then what makes them an expert? Yeah, they had a good experience, right? And everything got done correctly, but maybe they got ripped off. Are they going, I mean, what kind of, they're giving advice out or giving, pointers out about, use this company. But, I mean, how much of a professional are they to give out this information? I see it all the time. I know specifics on certain things, and people are getting ripped off, and they're recommending that company. It's crazy. Oh yeah, you got a bunch of good people, but they're all on Skip Smith's Discord, ladies and gentlemen.
Gutters. Somebody's wanting about gutters.
Yeah.
Cares about
you
gutters.
know, there's a lot of stuff. So, we can tell them who we use, and then other people can tell them who they use.
Yeah, and that's what there's just a lot of information. Yes, and happy birthday, GDP.
Happy birthday.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Jerry's wanting to know what's the temperature in the volcano for Ringo. And Laura said the only phone numbers I know are my own and my parents' phone number. Yeah, I said we don't keep them like we used to. You used to use your brain somewhat, and I said cell phones took the place of that for a lot of things. When I want a recipe, I don't have to worry about having.
When you free your brain up, it's like when you say, "Hey, I'm going to write this down. I'm going to write a book." Here's a perfect example. If you're going to write a book, you have to write it down. You can only keep so much stuff in your head, and you really can't move past something until it's written down. Trust me on this, okay? So when you have all this stuff in your head, like phone numbers and certain other things, it hampers you from moving on. Genius people basically only know the category of which they are a genius in. Okay, you got to free up some space. Oh, well, that's not what I'm looking for here. Let's get going.
I had bookcases full of books and recipe books and all that kind of thing, and I don't have to worry about that now.
Just like phone numbers. You're kind of acting like, oh, we need, we should get back to, everybody having to know everybody's phone number. But you're about ready to say, because I listened to this one time, right? You're about ready to say, and I don't need all those books now. It's okay when you don't need all those books and taking up all that space and buying the books. But let's get back to remembering everybody's phone numbers, because it's ridiculous, this technology. Oh my God.
I don't have to have all those books. I use my phone or I use the computer, and for a lot of things. I was looking up something for my notes today about some times for stuff that I hadn't written down, because I knew stuff was going on this weekend and I just hadn't written down the times, and so I had used my phone to look it up. So they're wonderful.
Around the holidays, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Oh yeah.
I think they've already had all the Christmas tree lightings, I think.
Yeah.
Eastport have a Christmas tree lighting?
No, but I think Saturday is Lake Sumter, because Brownwood and Spanish Springs had theirs the same night, and that was last week. So Lake Sumter is Saturday, and I think maybe Middleton is Saturday. Don't quote me on that. I'll look it up.
But Skip probably go watch the tree lighting over there in Middleton, his favorite town.
But yeah, why they did it that way, and I didn't see anything about Eastport.
Well, we usually call it tree lighting of the square.
Yeah.
So if they had a tree lighting down there, I just wonder where they put it.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I don't know. I just have to ask somebody that's in that area down there. I've not been to Eastport. You have, but
look at this guy. I know it's porch setting, but look at the professionalism of this guy Skip right here, chomping down on that food with his mouth open.
I'm not. So I couldn't tell you where they'd even put one. I know where the band pavilion is, but that's all, because I've seen it online. But Gringo Loco said that the volcano's in a quiet period right now. I think the lake and the crater is around 95. Okay, well, and Meadow says you're
What's so special about this volcano?
Oh, see, when we're talking about a volcano, there's a question about it. But when somebody talks about Indiana or Detroit or Chicago or something, or North Dakota, oh yeah, then that's relevant. Okay. But no, volcanoes. Why is this dummy talking about volcanoes?
Well, evidently he must live close to it. It's the Gringo logo.
Thought he moved back to the United States.
Well, like I said, maybe he just visited. I don't know. Let's see. Laura says if you order from Amazon a lot, Prime is probably worth it. It is, and that's why we have it. He doesn't know that, but that's why we have it, because of the shipping. And when our kids was in Alaska, oh my God, it costs a fortune to ship anything there. And it's not too much better in North Dakota. And I said, just because they're out of the way and because of the kind of weather.
The nearest shipping company is 75 miles away near the Walmart.
Yeah. Well, I said that, there's a reason for that, but
we ended up giving her cash for a wedding gift because what she wanted, I tried to have one shipped. It's a shipping problem. They don't know where the town is. They don't have that.
It's probably just as shitty as, like, say, living in Florida, right? Because it's not Indiana. If it was Indiana and they had trouble, with the delivery service, they would be saying the delivery service is a problem, probably. But maybe not, because it would be like sort of like Indiana, shipping, postal, whatever it would be. But you get my point here. It's no good. Not even where their kids are. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's no good. It's not Indiana. It's in Alaska, and Florida. We're going to be talking bad about.
Zip code. The trucks don't go up there every day. They go like once a month. I mean, it's just a mess. Why do you want to live here?
They like it there. It's the Mayberry thing, Oh, and Alfonso said,
well, it's questionable. You live in Florida and you complain about it. Why do you live in Florida and you sit there and you complain about it all the time and say how great Indiana is?
buying a home in the 300,000. So you missed a zero there.
They're here. It doesn't matter what you want. If you want to buy, like, did he say a 2-bedroom?
He didn't say. He just said 300,000.
You got a lot of choices between the courtyard villas and the patio villas. Patio villas are probably more reasonably priced. Courtyard villas is just another villa, but they're a little higher standard. It
You know to use a BLS realtor, which is Village Realtor, and an MLS realtor, unless you're buying brand new. If you're buying brand new, VLS is the only one that could sell those. Yeah. But otherwise, you want both realtors, inside and outside.
But keep in mind, people die here every day. And I see it on the news. I don't report all of them because it's just too many. These houses go into probate or something. The kids don't want them. It's beyond me. But the kids don't want them, or
the kids. I would.
Reverse mortgage.
Reverse mortgages. So the house goes back to the mortgage company, which could be anywhere.
The kids, they're in the middle of a career, and they got kids that go to school, and there's probably more than one kid. That's why they don't want them. I've been in the Villages for 21 years. I know all this stuff, and you're the big news guy. You should know this. How are they going to split it up when it's more than one kid, and then one kid's got to buy it, and then they're basically, I'm sure they're in their careers. And their kids are, maybe in high school, middle school, no matter what, the kids, some kind of school, they just can't up and move somewhere. It's ridiculous, that comment right there. You live there, you should know better. You should be able to figure stuff out. You're supposed to be so smart. Or is it just you read the news and that's it? That's how smart you are, whatever you read.
And eventually those houses come up for sale. Here in the last week, I know at least 2, maybe 3, I have to go back and look, they came up for public auction. As is, where is. They open the house like 2 hours before the auction starts. You go in, you walk around, you look them, you take notes of what it's going to need. You don't know what the inside looks like until you go in.
Yeah.
And
I haven't seen a whole lot of them, but they're here.
they're here. And so, depending on how fast you want to buy something or whatever, if you're a good DIY guy,
It's crazy that he's trying to tell you that basically 100% of these houses, there's no pictures online. I mean, I know I've been to house auctions. They sell the contents and the house at the same time sometimes. There's been pictures on every one, like 100%. You don't know what the house looks like till you go in it. Unless you're talking about, you have to be there to see it. Pictures aren't reliable. But I believe he's saying you don't even see pictures. I mean, you're talking about old school. You're living in like 30, 40 years ago. Guarantee you.
do your own painting, yeah, they put carpet stuff in. That's the cheapest stuff to do. But if you're a good DIY guy and know what you're doing and what you're looking at, I seriously, if I was 20 years younger, we did this a lot. I would seriously consider getting on the auction list. But when they come up for sale, you can't be real picky about what neighborhood you're going to be in. It is what it is.
Yeah. But there's no bad neighborhoods here.
There's no bad neighborhoods, but some
What about Middleburg, Skip? No bad neighborhoods, huh?
people say, I want to be real close to the Brownwood Square. If the house comes up for auction, is in Calumet, because that's an older neighborhood, that's about as far from Brownwood as you can get.
Yeah. Catherine Jacobson says, beautiful flowers, Sue. Early snow and cold. 17 degrees and falling temperature all day from suburban Twin City, Minnesota. Oh, wow.
Yeah, why don't you just stay there and Skip and whatever her Sue, whatever her name is. Why don't you guys just stay in Indiana where it's freezing cold?
Yeah. Yeah. I have been down here so long. Just the thoughts of that kind of cold.
There's the first hint that Indiana sucks balls. Okay. But basically, Indiana's going to be the greatest thing, and Florida sucks. We'll get to it.
Just chilled me. Just thinking about it. I was kind of disappointed that it was going to.
Look at that guy eating. I mean, you can't. The mouth isn't even relatively near closed. Big old gaping bites on that cookie or whatever he's eating. Ridiculous. He looks like a Neanderthal. Skip the Neanderthal reading the Star Banner guy. Cutting down the circulation of the Star Banner. Reading it to 5,000 people a day. That's 3,000 or 5,000 people that should be buying the Star Banner. But no, Skip's going to keep it all to himself, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Circulation goes down. Cost for it goes up. Eventually, we won't have a newspaper because Skip's going to take the whole newspaper down.
I have this cold front today, and let me look to see what it is, but I know it was 68 a while ago. It's supposed to be in the 70s.
So, it don't feel too bad to me. But I got long pants on too, so.
Yeah, it's still 68, but we got a little breeze, not bad, just a little breeze, and it's pretty nice actually.
Yeah, you know why? Because it's Florida. It's Florida. That's why it's nice.
I went and lost you. Yeah, see, my phone's got so much of that stuff on it. It's wonderful. That
Liberace used to have a saying when last time I was in California with Las Vegas with the semi truck, and I had my partner with me. We went to a couple of shows. One of them was Liberace. It's not really my cup of tea, but the guy that run the place let us have free tickets to go in and see it. So we went in to see it, and he said something sometime during the show, and I don't remember exactly when. But I always thought that was something a cool saying. I don't know if he made it up or he heard somebody else say it, and he adopted it, but he said, too much of a good thing is wonderful. I thought that was funny.
Well, it certainly isn't your show, Skip Smith, or your broadcast or whatever. I'll tell you that. With your opinions put in there, inserted inside the Star Banner's, hard work.
we all know that isn't true, but
I don't know. How can you have too much of a good thing?
Okay, here's where Skip's gonna get going. So from here on out, I think Skip gets going here. Skip's gonna prove her wrong.
Are you kidding?
No.
Everybody loves ice cream, right?
Yeah.
Too much of it's going to hurt you.
How's it going to hurt you?
Skip's playing dumb right now. Skip. I mean, come on, Skippy.
How do you know it's going to hurt you? What
Yeah.
scientific evidence do you have that says ice cream is going to hurt you?
You got a bellyache?
But I don't know. I didn't have any ice cream.
Well, that's what you did the last month.
I think most of my belly aches are coming from you.
Yeah. Oh, Jerry says that the Christmas tree lights are on in Eastport. Cool. Where they got the Christmas tree, Jerry? I haven't been down there.
Yeah, because they always talk about the Christmas tree lighting at the squares.
Yeah.
So if it's down at Eastport, I'm just curious, where do they put it?
When I know that they're having something in Middleton too. So are they good?
Yeah, Middleton. I love Middleton.
Eastport at the same time. And Laura wants to know when the nightly music starts in Eastport. Don't know that, Laura. Maybe Jerry can tell you that, because as far as I know, I don't think they've announced it yet.
Yeah, but they might know something down there that we don't hear up here.
Well, and you know, when we moved here, they didn't have all the restaurants.
Did you see the reflection in the glass? That guy going on that golf cart right there? That road is probably 20 miles an hour. He must have been going 30. I mean, yeah, it's okay. It's okay when us old folks do it, but don't let no young whippersnapper do it. I mean, I'm a villager too, so 21 years experience here. Okay, but it's okay when old people do it. Don't let them young bucks do it. And the people walking down the road, you sit there, you wave at every car, and if there's a truck, I know there's only like 4 guys. They used to have trucks, but their wives won't let them, probably, I guess is the answer here. But they used to have trucks and they want a truck. But there's only about 4 guys in the villages that actually own a truck. So that when you're out walking, they know. They won't wave at anybody in a truck. And I'm one of the 4 guys that actually have a truck in the villages.
Open, but they had music. The music was up there, so
The guy went through that stop sign right there, never even slowed down.
didn't
I
surprise
don't
me.
think he even looked. He just put around the corner and kept going.
Doesn't surprise me.
Now that might not be an exact, complaint, because pretty soon here, Skip's going to say that he never complains about anything, only when he's reading the news. But he's going to complain about a whole bunch of stuff right now. And this is an open panel. You there watching right now, you can click the link in there and come on, and we can discuss things, maybe anything. But right now, I'm talking about Skip Smith.
Be late for a tea time.
Yeah. Okay.
Buddy,
Okay. Joseph Smith said we keep our home temperature at 70. Well,
74 here.
yeah, 74 here. Because I said we're really used to this warm weather, and 70 to me is pretty breezy.
Indiana, in the wintertime, they used to push the fact of keeping your house temperature at 68 because it saved on natural gas.
All right.
At one point, remember, we had a shortage of natural gas.
Yeah, but there's the Indiana thing. Okay. Yeah, but he is talking about, something in the past and everything like that, but we're gonna hit hard on Indiana here in a minute.
I wonder what happened to that.
Oh, and Laura says she keeps hers at 70 during the day and 68 at night. Well,
Why does she keep it
70, 68 at night, 70 during the day.
70?
She's in Chicago.
Well, I'm just saying, though, but we'll change her attitude about that when she moves down here.
Yeah, and also Skip, you know why you have to keep saying hi, what, and all that stuff? What'd she say? Because you don't have your hearing devices in, Skippy.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious to see, like I said, how Mikey will feel when he gets off the plane. He's coming from all that snow.
He'd probably get off the airplane with a coat on and long pants.
Well, she sent me a message, wanted to know what to pack for. I told her 80 Friday, 80 Saturday, and then rain in 70s.
I would have at least, I don't know, I would have at least like maybe a sweatshirt. You can wear that instead of a jacket, and they pack easier in a suitcase. And you don't have to worry about shoes or anything, gloves or any of that stuff.
No.
Just a good heavy sweatshirt in case he gets up one day and it's a little chilly.
Well, I said Sunday it's supposed to rain and be in the 70s, so it might be chilly out. But, and Jerry says truckers at a Liberace concert.
Like I said, we was delivering furniture out there, and that mafia guy that I talked about before that gave us a lot of shit, one of the things he gave us was he told us, he said, you guys go to eat. He said, go to this place. He said, they'll take care of you. He said, if we said take care of you, that means we ain't paying.
Right.
And then when we were there, the
No.
came over and asked if everything was okay. I said, yeah, everything was great, man. No big deal. And he said, well, he said, we'd like to offer you a couple of tickets. The show was inside this casino, which I think the casino was Frontier. Was there a Frontier?
Yeah.
I think it was.
That was a really old one, but
It was either that or maybe Stardust or something like that. Anyway, we were there, and he gave us these tickets, and we had nothing. Dick was with me. We had nothing else to do. He said, "You want to go see?" Well, you know, we're.
Well, it sounds like Indiana.
You want to go see Liberace? I said, I don't know. I guess. Free tickets. We went over there, and I got a couple of drinks. And of course, with the tickets, you got like 2 free drinks or something.
Yeah.
And so I got a couple of beers probably, and Dick got Diet Coke. Almost embarrassing. Diet Coke. And then anyway, Liberace comes out, and to be honest with you, I mean, he puts on a pretty good show. And everybody, I think with that, where we were sitting next to, I think they were all there just.
So Skip just said he was out there with Dick. And then earlier I said he said he was with his partner. Okay, starting to figure some stuff out here, ladies and gentlemen.
To see what he's wearing that day.
oh yeah, yeah.
I think that's what it was all about, because they all
Great outfits, yeah.
talking about before you started. We're talking about, I wonder if you'll wear this. I wonder if you'll wear that. You know, that's all it was about.
Oh, and Jerry said the Christmas tree is next to the stage in Eastport,
I think the stage, from what I
along the water.
was showing me, right there by the water.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see.
I mean, you're a big news guy, Skip. You should know where it's at. You're a village guy reporting on the villages. And I mean, there's only so many of these things around. You should know the answer to that.
And Jerry says
Basic.
Have music playing at Eastport, and the bar is open every night. They have not announced when live music starts yet. Okay. That's what I said. They will before long, though.
I think Booster.
No kidding.
On Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, yeah. And probably some of the other places too down there too. But they've opened that new one, the Prime and Ember. Is that what it is? Prime and Ember. It's a new steakhouse, and the Terrace is opened. I've heard that the Terrace is. They've got a upstairs where you're out in the open, I guess. And I said, so they didn't open that when they first opened the place, but I did see in the paper that part is open now. And I just thought, how fun would that be? You know, I mean, that's big city living.
If you go there with Skip, I'm not really sure how much fun it would be.
Yeah, but it's not a treetop building. I mean, it's not that tall, but just the idea of being on the terrace eating dinner, I don't know. I think that's cool. Let me see. Laura says, summer I keep my AC at about 77 or 78, maybe 75 if I feel warm. We just keep our 74 all year round.
Yeah, 74 all year round. Never changes.
Yeah. Yeah, and Laura says,
I will tell you, and I don't know why, even at 74, like yesterday and last night, if I don't feel good, I feel chilly. And so I just, you know, and anyway, I don't know why that is, why I feel chilly.
so you think everybody's like that if you're not feeling good. Let me see. Laura says, two things about Frontier and Stardust are long gone from Vegas. Yeah, I think both of them are gone. Yeah. Frontier and Stardust, they're both gone.
Oh, I think everything.
Yeah, years ago.
I was out there with the mafia run the place, and
Yeah.
you know, nobody would ever say they were part of the mafia, but you kind of got the idea. Yeah, when somebody gives you a card that they sign their name on the back and say, "Here, you show this Guido down there, and he'll take care of you." And when they do take care of you, you got to walk away thinking, I think it's a mafia guy, but you're not sure.
Let's see. Casa del Sol Boutique and Bed and Breakfast. So we have been reviewing 2024 on the housing market. And do you like there will be a huge increase of homes for sale in January to March? With the change in the interest rate, it's possible. I don't think it's enough to really start a rush right yet. But like I said, it's possible because people might think, they're going to do it while they can.
I'll tell you something that maybe you guys haven't really thought about, those of you that's right on the cusp of going to retiring. If you are getting ready to retire and you're wanting to buy something here, whether a snowbird or full-time, makes no difference. Try to buy it before you retire because you've got an income.
No
Once you
kidding.
retire, you're now, they ask you on your application, working, retired,
Yeah.
your income drops drastically.
No kidding.
And unless you got a huge down payment on a house here, you're not going to get it financed. They just ain't going to do it because you don't have an income anymore. And when we went through that, now things change over years, but I don't think that's changed that much. But I wanted to pay cash for a house because the idea of retirement and a house payment to me, the two just, or very little house payment anyway, the two to me just don't go together.
Well, and like I said, at the time, that was the most expedient way to do it.
Right.
Just pay for it and be done with it. That way you don't have to worry about all the paperwork. Jerry says chili's winter food.
It is chili. One of my favorites up north is because Sue always canned a lot of stuff out of the garden was vegetable soup. Well, man, everything in there was came from the garden. There was nothing come from the store except maybe the tomato juice to make the broth. But other than that, that was probably one of my favorites was the vegetable soup.
Yeah, and I always added a little chicken broth. I know, we usually do it with a tomato base, but I always added a little chicken broth.
I guarantee you, Indiana's going to be said here in a second.
Give it a little bit more taste, though. But yeah, most everything we got out of the garden, and the tomato juice. I canned tons of tomato juice, and we had.
My God, by the time winter hit, we must have had 100 quarts of tomato juice.
Yeah, but we went through them all. We used a lot because of the kind of cooking that I did. We used a lot of it in. But we had, when we were out on the farm, we had a root cellar. So you can keep all that stuff in the root cellar and it stayed cool and didn't have to worry about it being in the way because it was down out of the way. I didn't like the stairs going down there. It was kind of creepy, but.
Well, the stairs that they put in, somebody put them in there. I didn't care for them either. They were heavy as hell to start with.
Okay, so this is an open panel. You want to come on and talk about anything about the villages, about being old or anything like that? Or this guy right here, Skip Smith, there's the link right there. Come on, we'll discuss it right now. Skip's getting ready to talk about Indiana a whole bunch, and I'm going to have a good time with it.
You had to raise the thing up. It's kind of like there was a bathroom off the kitchen, half I'll say, and then the kitchen. In between the half bath and the kitchen, this floor raised up.
Oh.
So somebody's made this. I think after the house was built. This house goes back 200 years. It's an old house. And you had to raise that up, and then there was nothing at that time. It was a big stick. We had to prop it up. And the thing was heavy.
Yeah, I was very scared of getting stuck down there.
Yeah, I didn't like it either. I think I might have kept that house. I probably would have changed that a lot. But the reason why we really couldn't keep the house, one was it was on the historical registrar.
And this guy, Skip, he's so smart, right? And always complaining about, moving to the villages and how terrible everything is down here. And he didn't do his study ahead of time. So it makes him look like an idiot because he's living someplace that sucks balls, okay? But anyways, now he's talking about buying this historical house. I don't even know how old he was. It doesn't sound like it was that long ago. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and the guy's buying a historical house and he's never heard about, there's regulations about what you could do with the house or not, and he's acting like he didn't know ahead of time, but he bought the house. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm having a hard time believing this one.
Whatever they call that for historic houses. The place was called the Rogers Homestead. And once I found that out, I found out through the bank. My friend was the president of the bank, and he was telling me that I could not do any remodeling to that house without calling. He gave me a number of the people in that area that took care of this. They had to approve everything that you did because now it's a historical house. And you just can't paint it any color you want. You just can't rip the siding off. You just can't do anything. That's why I decided I'm going to have to sell this. Luckily, the vice president, Morris McCurdy, he came around wanting to know if I was interested in selling it. And I said, Morris, I think I might be. He said, I got somebody who wants to buy it. I said, really? And it was Barron's Paint Spot's daughter. There was a Barron's Paint Spot, it was a big painting store in Anderson. And I believe it was his daughter that wanted the house. And I told them, I said, well, I'll take X amount of dollars for it if they want it. And they bought it.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, I'm sure Jim, to help out a little bit, if I told him, we'll finance the whole thing.
Let's see. Resta says the snow we got yesterday was the heavy wet stuff that hangs a while. It's just now starting to melt. All roofs are very white and pretty heavy.
Is he talking about snow or something else?
Yeah, he's talking about snow.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
It sounded rather
The
sexy.
heavy wet stuff.
Yeah, heavy wet stuff.
Oh my.
And this guy's like, he thinks he's a news reporter for the Villages, and he's talking about sexual stuff. As a matter of fact, on YouTube, you're not supposed to be talking about sexual stuff. Believe it or not. Okay? Anything that's like in a sexual context, you're not supposed to be talking about it. But anyways, we'll let that slide. But look at that. The guy's talking about sexual stuff. Oh yeah, he's the big Villagers guy that has an opinion about everything, but yet he's going to talk about sex in the middle of just porch sitting.
God, where's your mind? Jay Mendel says you complain about Middleton nonstop, yet all the problems happen in the Villages.
Here it is.
Says you complain about Middleton
I don't
nonstop.
complain about anything.
He doesn't complain about anything. He just said he doesn't complain about anything. Here's where it gets good. We had to go through all this right here. Here's where it gets good. Skip says he doesn't complain about anything. Okay. And then we're going to get talking about how great Indiana is, and they're living in the Villages. Doesn't that make you look stupid? Put your house up for sale. But anyways, here we go. He doesn't complain about anything unless he's reading the news, he says. Yet he's going to complain for another hour and a half.
I don't complain about nothing. You're talking about the news. I'm just reading you the news out of the paper. That ain't me. I don't write the news. I read the news.
There you go.
And you're stealing the news. Those people, they spend money to put that newspaper together. And I'm not talking about the ink and the paper and the delivering it and everything. I'm talking about getting the stories. Yeah, they get some from the Associated Press, but they also put stories together and spend money on it and go out and get advertisers to keep it running and everything. It's a lot of man hours, and you're going and taking circulation away from them by reading the newspaper, Mr. Skippy. Yeah, how about that? But here we go. He doesn't complain about nothing. I can't wait.
Okay. In Casa del Sol Boutique and Bed and Breakfast, we've been reviewing. Oh, okay. Already went through that. And like I said, I don't think, I think there will be some increase because people would think they're coming out of the hole with the lowering the interest rates. But I don't think it'll be a big one until they get it down. Yeah, when they get down to 5, they'll be trampling each other to get to them. I don't know if it's
I
going to get down.
never heard anything about no interest rates being lowered.
Yeah, it was another.
Who announced that?
Right. I mean, Skip didn't announce it. You know why? Because he didn't read it. According to him, he didn't read it from the Star Banner, which the Star Banner, put all that work together, manpower, and utilize money to put it together and put it out there. But Skip didn't read it, so then therefore the Star Banner didn't have it. So it's got to be false news.
Powell, Jerome Powell, is that the head of the?
Oh, you're talking federal.
Yeah.
But a local bank here has never announced they're gonna lower anything. They don't
Oh,
have
no,
to.
no, no. And they don't have to when it comes to,
That's right.
usually one follows the other.
The Federal
And that's
say
what
all
they
day
do.
long saying, well, we're gonna lower interest rates, but their local bank can say, we're not lowering.
Yeah.
They don't have to.
No, but like that usually, coincides with,
I thought you guys heard an announcement from the new people that took over Citizens Bank.
oh, no,
That maybe they're going to lower interest rates, which, popular as houses are here and as fast as they sell, and that's the main bank that finances houses here, they don't really have to.
well, there's a little bit of difference there. But Joseph Smith says our taxes and insurance is $500 a month with no mortgage.
It's what now?
Taxes and insurance, $500 a month with no mortgage.
500 a month. Well, ours is 4,000 a year. So
But that's what the.
well, that's what I'm assuming that's what he's figuring.
I don't.
Bond and everything. And then you add your electric to that and everything else to that. 500 a month don't sound outrageous to me. Just the house payment. We have to assume a lot.
Well, he said they don't have a house payment. That's just the
Oh, just the payment for. That's probably about
taxes
right.
and insurance.
We pay 4,000, a little over 4,000 a year for bond and a little bit of house payment we do have, and property taxes. And then you got your electric, then you got your amenity
It
fees,
just says taxes and insurance is all it's got.
taxes, and insurance. I don't even know how much our insurance is. I probably don't want to know because the insurance companies here are ripping us off. I know
No, you don't want to know.
they're ripping us off, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Wrestler says bacon chili is awesome.
Yeah, so the Skip right there, he says he doesn't complain about anything. Yet right there, he's complaining about insurance. I mean, wasn't that a complaint? They're ripping him off. Isn't that a complaint? He only complains when he's reading the news, he said.
Bacon chili.
Vegan.
That's disgusting.
Vegan.
I have had vegan vegetable soup.
That's right.
But it's better when you throw a little turkey or something in there.
Yeah, I bought the crumbles. I can't think of what they call them now. Morning something.
Technically, I don't think I have vegetable soup. I think I have vegetable and beef soup. Yeah.
I said when you use the crumble, it's vegetable.
But I tell you though, if even if we didn't have any beef, which on a farm, let me tell you, we always have beef. If I was going to turn vegan, that's one thing that I could probably eat a lot. If it was vegetable soup with the stuff out of the garden, none of it's frozen, it's just all canned, and dump it in there, I could probably eat that as vegetables, as a vegan or whatever. But I prefer it with meat, but I don't really have to have. Now the stuff we're buying down here, I got to tell you,
Here we go.
most of the food down here in Florida sucks.
Oh,
Food sucks.
oh, right there. The food sucks down here. You moved to the villages. There was no restaurants there, maybe about 3 or 4 in that area before the villages grew. Okay. So you got all chain stuff there. When you came down and you were looking for a house, okay, you didn't eat anywhere. You didn't figure out everything's a chain and there's nothing but shit restaurants. And I agree with you and everything. But you go to the outskirts of Florida where the people live. The only community that's dead center in the middle of Florida is the villages. Nobody lived there. It's shit land, basically, right? Okay, the coastline's where it's at in Florida, and you're moving there, and you're complaining about restaurants, and you didn't put study in, which makes you an idiot. And now you're telling people that all the food down here sucks. Maybe you don't know where to go. That's another thing too. And then everything back in Indiana is great, Skip. Oh yeah, everything back in Indiana is a bore fest. You're living in the villages in the middle of nowhere, basically. It's a bunch of homes, right? A bunch of homes. Yeah, there are no restaurants. You should have known that. Why did you move here when you complain about it all the time and how great Indiana is? Why don't you move back to Indiana?
I am so sick of going to the store and buying fruits and vegetables and coming home, cutting them open to find out that the inside is rotten.
Yeah, well, maybe you and your wife need to find some other place to shop. Okay, you say you won't go more than like 4 miles, away from your house. Maybe that's a problem. And she goes to the markets of Marion. You got to be kidding me. I mean, they probably do have some good ones there. Maybe you guys don't know how to pick tomatoes out. Okay, maybe you don't know how to pick them out. Maybe they sit there too long. When you were younger, you went through your food quicker, but now they just sit there and maybe they rot in your house too. I don't know what the problem is, but I don't have problems with tomatoes here. Matter of fact, Ruskin tomatoes is some of the best tomatoes, basically that there is. And I don't mean throughout the world or anything, but, in the scheme of things, Ruskin tomatoes, Florida tomatoes are good tomatoes. Why don't you seek those out? But no.
Outside looks great, and we got to constantly take it back or throw it out. Every time we get to, I'm to the point that I don't even eat tomatoes anymore. The tomatoes are disgusting.
Yeah, the tomatoes.
They're old and rotten.
The tomatoes are disgusting, and you take them back. How many times have you taken stuff back to the supermarket? I don't remember taking anything back to the supermarket. You purchase it, you eat it. And I mean that in a couple different ways. Ridiculous taking tomatoes back.
I'm sick of them.
Yeah. But, right there. And Laura said she's had vegan chili and it was very good. It is. I said, if you don't, I said, at first he didn't know what was in it. And so it was good. And I said, your head is what causes a lot of the problem.
That's what she said.
Well, really. I said, you get it in your head that it's going to.
Here we go. Here goes Skip again, talking sexual stuff on YouTube. Again, supposedly it's not supposed to be allowed, right? I mean, you could talk about it in an educational way, but you're not allowed to be talking about it like that. But Skip, he's an old guy like me, he could get away with it, right? But, I mean, he's supposed to be, he thinks everything he does is right. It's okay for him to talk sexual and everything like that. But anytime somebody does something in the news that he doesn't like, he's going to say, oh, this person shouldn't do this or that. He was just eating food with his mouth open and talking with his mouth open. And I don't mean he's only has his mouth open when he's eating and talking. He eats with his mouth. He chomps and his mouth gaps open and it gaps open. It gaps open. I mean, he's eating like he's a Neanderthal, but yet he doesn't know how to pick tomatoes out. And he's all mad about all the tomatoes down here in Florida.
Be bad, and it's going to be bad.
That's what she said.
Oh, well.
There you go. Sexual stuff again.
That was Jerry.
Yeah.
In the sense that chili has meat. Rather, you must mean vegetable tofu soup.
Well, everybody makes chili different. I like it my way. You may not like it. I've had people actually look at it and go, what's that?
Yeah.
We put noodles in our chili. I like the angel hair pasta in my chili.
Yeah.
I can do spaghetti noodles, but I really prefer angel hair pasta. And you go to Steak and Shake. They do a lot of that, where they have the pasta and the chili around.
Let's go to Steak and Shake. He complains about the food down here, and he's going to Steak and Shake. You got to be kidding me. There's restaurants down here, and you could go to some nice restaurants, and I'm talking about in the villages. I was being a little bit facetious about there's not good restaurants. There are plenty of good restaurants down here. There's at least you could pick one a month. He just doesn't want to pay for them. Okay, and then he's going to talk about grass, about people watering their grass in the news. Now I'm talking about when he's doing the news, and he's telling somebody to complain. Put a complaint in about their neighbor. The two people that are separate from this guy Skip right here. And then Skip's telling him to go ahead and put a complaint in. And then he says that he doesn't water his grass enough and there's brown spots and because he wants to save money on water. Okay? But Skip says that there's no restaurants down here and the food sucks. It's because he doesn't want to pay for the food. There's plenty of restaurants down here in the villages. Let me tell you. This guy's spreading the news. This guy's basically lying. It might be his opinion, but he's lying in the same sense about the villages. This guy has a big voice, and he's he's actually lowering the value of my home down here. Basically, if I listen to this guy, I wouldn't want to move down here. It's like he thinks, he makes it sound like Middleton has its own SWAT team designated for it.
Found it. But, or you have what we always called growing up, Mom always called it chili soup, because that's exactly what it was. A lot of broth. It was a soup.
And we always had it with macaroni. We never used,
Mom used macaroni.
yeah.
Yeah.
But anyhow, and she said, sorry, y'all, I'm a carnivore. Somewhere in the sun.
Oh, hey, when it comes to eating meat, count me in.
Roger says, today I'm having meatless stew, really just chunky vegetable soup, very yummy and filling. Okay. And you know,
Well, we went out to had dinner at what's the name of that restaurant? We talked to that black lady over there. She's fun.
Okay, so right there, he's got to mention that the lady was black. I mean, this guy is so, yeah. Okay, he's got to mention that the person is black, right? And it's a restaurant. Okay, so he's actually maybe going to a restaurant, not Steak and Shake, but the food down here sucks. Let's see what he's gonna say. I don't know what he's gonna say.
His barber and how long?
oh, we were at Outback.
Okay, Outback, not bad, not bad. Again, a chain. There's plenty. Maybe the food down here sucks because you're going to all the chain stuff. And he goes his meeting place to meet people. He goes to Gators. Gators sucks. Okay, it's a chain. It's another chain. It's not huge. I mean, there's 4 or 5 or 6 of them as far as I know throughout Florida. But the food sucks there. Okay, there's plenty of restaurants. He won't go to them because you know he can't get in his golf cart and go somewhere. He won't go more than 4 miles away from his house. Okay, there's not very many choices. He lives in District 10. And he says it. I'm not doxing him.
Steakhouse. Yeah.
It wasn't Outback.
Yeah, it was. Next day house. That you got out of the doctor's office because it was close.
Oh, maybe it was. That's the only reason why I go to the doctor's office, because I know when I get out of the doctor's office, we're going to go find something to eat.
We do that every day.
They're going to go find something to eat, yet the food sucks. I mean, why don't you go to the grocery store and cook something? But okay, you know, you can have your own choice. You can choose to do whatever you want, right? But the food sucks down here. If the food sucks down here at the villages, why don't you cook your own food and shut up and let anybody else, you know, have at it, telling everybody that the food sucks down here? Yet you're going to all these chain places.
I mean, you're retired, you know. Let's see, Cindy G says, I will be mailing you a Christmas card this week with the OG card in it. Thank you.
The OG card.
Yeah. Olive Garden.
Olive Garden. He also doesn't know what OG means. Okay, I'm not going to explain it right now.
Bless your heart. Yeah, we do love Olive Garden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody asked you, what's your favorite restaurant?
His favorite restaurant, Olive Garden. Olive Garden sucks balls. What are you kidding me? I ate at Olive Garden because I had to out in Vegas. Other than that, Olive Garden maybe 30 years ago. You got to be kidding me, Olive Garden. I wouldn't step foot in there. I ate there one time in Vegas, and I mean it was edible, I guess.
That's a trick question. Are you talking in the villages, outside the villages? And I don't have like a favorite, but if I told Sue, I said, you know, if I have to pick a favorite, then you have to think, which one do I go to the most? And I probably go to Olive Garden more than any of them.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, and today in a video today, he says he goes to Gators a lot, but that's only when he's having meetings, okay? That's a little bit different than eating, but Olive Garden, the food down here sucks. You know why you could go ahead and say that the food down here sucks? Because you basically only go to Olive Garden. It's ridiculous. I mean, you know, people are watching you and looking at you. You're representing yourself like the news guy, and you're telling the people that the food sucks down here. You know what that does to house values? That just makes one more person not want to be down here, and then therefore the wars of buying a home, the bidding of homes, the supply and demand, telling people the food sucks down here.
Let's see.
But
thank you, Cindy. We really appreciate that. We actually use those.
oh yeah, I like Oakwood Fire and Grill too. I just don't get there as much as I'd like to, because it's just from here. It just seems like it's a little difficult to get there.
Yeah.
And see, it's difficult now. The food sucks because it's difficult to get to a good place. Now, I've never been to that Oakwood Fire, whatever place is. It looks like a very nice place, and I bet it is. It's probably good food, but he doesn't go there enough. And he goes around telling people with he's got a loud platform, right? A bunch of people watch him, right? And he's telling the people that the food sucks in the villages. It's basically like discouraging people to move down here and buy a home in the villages. The food sucks. The reason it sucks, the food down here, because it's too difficult for him to get there.
Because you got to make a U-turn, and I don't like making U-turns.
Oh my God, you got to make a U-turn.
It's a catastrophe out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, catastrophe. But he just said he doesn't complain unless he's doing the news and complaining about something that's within the news. But he's doing this porch setting right here. He just said he doesn't complain. And now he's going to do another hour and a half of complaining here.
From leftover turkey. I've never had it with turkey before.
Well,
vegetable soup with leftover turkey.
I'm right.
Here's another thing too. This Skip guy says he's been in the business for years, and I'm talking about like media, right? Newscasting or whatever he does, YouTuber. And he does this porch setting all the time. He is now going to rock back and forth in that chair, and it's going to squeak and squeak and squeak and squeak. He won't even lubricate the chair. He doesn't watch his stuff back, or he doesn't try to make it better every time. Okay.
I've had.
We don't do turkey that much. Neither one of us like
I don't
turkey,
care
so
for turkey.
we never had a whole lot of turkey left over. So, but
okay, not caring for turkey is not complaining. Okay, so we'll let that one go.
I bet it does make pretty good soup. I always use it like, it's like the ham. I always made ham salad and I put all the ham salad stuff in there. I do the same thing with the turkey, and make like a chicken salad or turkey salad, what have you. That's what I did with it. I just never thought about making chili with it.
Turkey would probably be okay because white meat turkey, because it's dry anyway. And when you throw that in there.
Well, I don't know. I have a green egg there, Mr. Skip. I have a green egg, right? And I cook turkeys in there, and the white meat, the breast meat, it is not dry. A green egg. And it didn't take very long to perfect it, right? It's basically you follow the, whatever you read, the instructions or whatever, and the green egg somehow makes it. It doesn't necessarily have to be dry, okay? Maybe you don't know how to cook.
It's like a sponge. Have a tendency to suck up all the flavors that's in there, in that sauce. Yeah. And so.
And I'm kind of curious because for some reason it seems like in Florida they don't know what gravy is.
Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Okay. So down here in Florida, there it is again. Down here in Florida, everybody, who lives in Florida? It's people from up north. And people from up north come down here. I'm from up north too, but I don't complain about stuff down here. Okay. It's different down here. You know why? Because you moved here. That's why. It's different down here. I mean, you would have just stayed in Indiana. But anyways, you come down here, and down here in Florida, people don't know anything about gravy. Maybe the chain restaurants that you go don't know anything about gravy. And who do you know down here? Everybody down here is from up north. Don't know anything, people down here in Florida. They're complaining about Florida, and you're living in Florida. It makes you look stupid, okay? Either you didn't put enough study in, but now that you're down, why don't you move? You're just going to sit here and complain about Florida all the time.
Yeah, when they have these, when they have the Thanksgiving and Christmas dinners, where they have.
Bob Evans is the only one down here that offers gravy.
Bob Evans. Okay, I haven't eaten at Bob Evans. And who cares about me, right? I haven't eaten at Bob Evans probably once or twice, like 20 years ago. And that Bob Evans, here I go again. Bob Evans sucks balls. No wonder the food sucks down here. You're going around in your big platform, a lot of people watch you and everything, and you're saying that the food sucks down here. So people that might want to move down here, they listen to you and they go, wow, the food sucks. I mean, and most people, enjoy their food, right? And I don't know if I want to move to the villages. The food sucks, and I don't know if I want to cook. I cooked for my kid. I've been cooking for 50 years. I don't want to cook anymore. But no, Skip Smith, the Villages News, Skip Smith says that the food sucks down here. They're frequenting Bob Evans. It's ridiculous. There's restaurants he doesn't want to pay for them. That's what it is. The food doesn't suck down here. He sucks. His wallet sucks.
That's why I was wondering, do they, when they have either ham or the turkey dinners, do they?
Hell no, they don't give you no gravy. You can get so used to eating certain things.
People down here don't know anything about. Well, where's Bob Evans? Where's their headquarters at? They're eating at Bob Evans, and they're, excuse me, they're announcing that people down here don't know anything about gravy. You're talking about a chain restaurant. I mean, it's so stupid. There's a place called Mama's or something. It's on 441 over there. It's home cooking. There's another one called Granny's. You go to these home cooking ones. It's so stupid.
And then you move down here, and it's not that you got anything against anything. It's just that the food here, I just think most of the food here sucks.
It's what you're not.
Because you're going to the shitty restaurants, Skip. The food sucks down here. Oh my God. Listen to everything you named. There's plenty of restaurants around, but you won't go to them because they're too difficult. You got to make a U-turn.
Not used to.
Hey, a hamburger is a hamburger, right? There's no such thing as this guy made a better hamburger than that.
Yeah, but you go to Steak and Shake. Come on.
No, but they've made it so difficult now because, you have, I was used to buying hamburger, and now you can get sirloin, you can get ground sirloin.
Yeah, wasabi, not wasabi.
Or
Stuff from Japan, that meat.
Yeah, it's awesome.
The best. I've never.
okay,
What's it called? Sake.
Wagyu.
It's called Wasu or something. I don't know. I had it at the Super Bowl. Okay, I had it at a Super Bowl once up in Vegas. There, up in the stadium, they were doing a little tour thing because I do something in life. Okay, so I don't know what it's called either, but I had it. It's amazing. It is truly amazing.
Wagyu.
Yeah.
That's weird. Anyway, that hamburger is supposed to be the best.
They give us so many choices, and
How many choices? How many years have I been bitching about this?
well, you've always
What the hell's the matter with our country? What
He doesn't bitch about anything, he said.
the hell's the matter with us? We have to have this. You go into a regular restaurant and order something. They come around. Would you like to have any drinks before you order? And then you tell them, yeah, I like to have some iced tea. Sweet or unsweet? With lemon, without lemon? It's like too many goddamn questions.
well, you're not at home.
Oh man, I don't know what he's gonna say, but basically, oh yeah, like his chili. I like it like this. I like my chili with noodles in it and everything like that. But he's having trouble with iced tea and sweet tea. Down here in the South, Florida is the South, right? Down here, the people down here, they do like sweet tea, right? Okay, maybe up north you don't really hear it, but put sugar in it. But anyways, this guy right here, he's saying that it's difficult for him to answer questions about, they're bothering him, let's say. And it's legit stuff, okay? Because you don't just put sugar in tea. It's got to be like heated in there. It's got to be melted in there, you big idiot.
They got to know this. So, Laura wants to know how's the produce at the farmers market in the villages. It's so-so.
And then if you want lemon, like they provide you the lemon. It's simple stuff. It's crazy. This guy doesn't complain about nothing, and the food sucks.
I said it's food that's grown in sand, and other than that, they have the hydroponic stuff that comes from the.
Now this lady doesn't know what she's talking about. Okay, that the tomatoes here in Florida are grown in sand. She's never heard of Ruskin tomatoes. It's down there like southeast of Tampa Bay. basically connected to the Tampa Bay Bay. Okay. And she's saying that it's grown in sand. Yeah, the dirt's different. Understood. Okay. But the tomatoes down here do not suck balls.
The village has grown. But like I said, it's different than what you're used to. You're in the Chicago area. It's going to be different than what you're used to. And I said, not that it's bad. It's just different. I said, we're used to certain things, and I said, it's just not the same. But now somebody that grew up here, they're fine with it. So it just all depends on what.
I don't know about being fine with it. Okay. If they're not good, you go somewhere else, right? Yeah, they do come from different places and everything. But she is talking about Florida tomatoes. It's called Ruskin. If you're not getting Ruskin tomatoes, you're not getting the good tomatoes. I don't care. I don't care what it is. She's talking. She actually did say she's talking about tomatoes being grown in the villages, but I think she like misspoke there. But anyways, okay. But the tomatoes, listen to what she's going to say here in a minute. Please, Ruskin, Ruskin, Ruskin tomatoes.
You like, but the farmers market up here, they have a good array of different vegetables that comes from different areas. And I said, you can get. I love Tennessee tomatoes.
I've never heard of Tennessee tomatoes. It makes sense, right? People, if they're in Tennessee, they're growing tomatoes. There's Tennessee tomatoes. I've never heard anybody brag about Tennessee tomatoes. Maybe they're good. I need to check into it. But there's nothing wrong with Ruskin tomatoes. I'll tell you that. This tomato thing is incredible here. Again, now she's talking about, Chicago, things are going to be different. Things are going to be different here and there. And then they're going to talk about pizza. Here we go. Indiana is the best. I'm going to tell you ahead of time. Indiana has the best pizza in the world. And then Tennessee actually has the best pizza in the world too. I believe this idiot right here, Skip's going to say it. But the best tomatoes are from Tennessee. I've never heard of this. But, maybe I'm missing out on something, and that's fine. But the thing is that there's no good tomatoes in Florida is outrageous. And I'm not saying they're the best in the world, but Ruskin tomatoes are well known as being a great tomato. What do we got going?
And you can get them in certain places, but not everywhere.
You know why you can't get Tennessee tomatoes not everywhere? Because they suck balls, I guarantee you. You're just used to them, just like you said, used to them. And then you come down to Florida and you got to bring up every little piece of information that is different from Indiana. People down in Florida are tired of hearing people say about, hey, the way it was there and the way it was there, wherever you came from. Who cares? You're here now. Okay? Who cares about back there? Okay? It's ridiculous. You sound stupid when you come here and say all that stuff. Yeah, there's better stuff up there. There's also better stuff down here. And they happen to be two different things. You know why? Because there's better stuff up there and there's better stuff down here. Why'd you move here? You didn't do study before you came here. You look like an idiot when you move here and it sucks here. And now, are you trapped? Why can't you move back? Why don't you move back to Indiana where everything's great and you can get Tennessee tomatoes that you can't get everywhere? Is it because they're so hard to grow and there's so few of them? Or they're so great that they can't produce them enough?
And I go out to the big flea market at Markets of Marion, and that's where I get my tomatoes.
Well, that's great. So you go there. You know where a lot of people get their tomatoes? There at Markets of Marion. They get them like down there in Ruskin. There's so many tomatoes that they throw them away, like the bad ones. They'll stick them in boxes and they stick them outside. And these people come and get them for free. And then they bring them to the flea market. And how do I know this? Because I've been down there to Ruskin. And I've seen people come early in the morning. They got these trucks and they're getting all kinds of vegetables. They go there and they purposely give them to people, but they're the bad ones. And then they bring them up to places like Marcus and Marion and sell them to you. And then this guy right here, Skip, saying that the tomatoes are rotten inside. You know why? Because they were being thrown out. You don't know where the people at Marcus and Marion are getting that stuff. Most of the stuff has been food. And then some of it's great. They have some farms and farm buddies and stuff, and they get the stuff from them. You're getting your stuff at Marcus and Marion. My God. It's not, you're not like in North Carolina or something where there's great I don't know, farms. I guarantee you're eating Ruskin tomatoes, but they're rotten. They're free. And how do I know this? Because I've been down there. There's hundreds and hundreds of boxes out there. And the night before, they put it out the night before, let's say, and roaches are crawling all over them. They grab those boxes, stick them on their truck, drive them up, go to the flea market here and a flea market there, sell them alongside the road. Yeah.
Because you can get different ones, and I can smell a good tomato.
Oh, yeah. So she can smell a good tomato. But according to the guy sitting right next to her, this guy Skip right here, Skip says none of the tomatoes are good. They're all rotten inside. But she can smell a good tomato. Now, he's not eating his tomatoes quick enough, or she doesn't know what she's talking about. I mean, they're contradicting each other here right now. Possibly. Let's see what she's going to say.
So, the ones I get out there, and they do have Tennessee tomatoes every once in a while.
Oh my God, Tennessee tomatoes. I mean, you can type in the chat or whatever. You can come on. This is an open panel. The links in the comment area. But I mean, Tennessee tomatoes. I got to check this out. Never heard of them. Oh, well, we didn't hit the button.
That's when I buy them. Yeah. But like corn, I've had the awfulest time with corn here lately.
Okay, the awfulest time with corn. Oh, there he goes. Everything, Skip says everything's old. You're getting your stuff from Marcus and Marion. Those people are going to places and they're getting these vegetables that are all like getting ready to be thrown out. When you go to a flea market, most of the stuff you're getting there is rotten shit that somebody else is discarding. I know this. Trust me on this. I know this 100%. I would never get vegetables. Never get vegetables at any flea market. Unless you know it's like roadside and there's a farm right there. You got to be kidding me, man. It's stupid. These people are stupid about food.
Yeah, and I can't tell by looking at it.
You can. You look at the kernels.
Well,
They're fully developed. That's old.
Yeah.
You want the kernels that look like it's still growing. Those are the best ones.
Yeah,
And you can't even find them here. We had
I don't
2
even
or 3 years.
Oh, you can't find them here. You know why? Because Florida sucks balls. The food sucks here. You guys don't go to the right places. This guy says he never goes to the flea market. Only she goes there. Where does he go? You go to a grocery store and get them? He doesn't go anywhere and he doesn't get anything. You buy them on sale. The good ones, he doesn't get them. He gets them when the season's ending and you don't have that. This guy doesn't want to spend a dime on anything is what it is. You can find that stuff here. I get great corn all the time.
Coach, you got a couple of them, but man, this is good corn. And we haven't had any sense.
Yeah,
So
it's
the fruits and vegetables here, just to warn you, the fruits and vegetables here, for the most part, is bad.
Yeah, the fruits and vegetables here in Florida are bad. It sucks here. In the villages, basically, is what he's saying too, right? I don't have any trouble at all. We get good stuff. You got to be able to get in your car. He doesn't want. He wants to be only his golf cart. And if you can't get to it with his golf cart, or if he has to make a U-turn, you're not putting yourself out there to go get the stuff. That's what it is. It's there. It's here. It's lying about everything sucks down here. You need to move back to Indiana and just be bored out of your skull.
Well, and too, you got to consider the time you have them too, because the temperature's different down here. Getting up here? Okay. Okay. Sit it down. Good, good. But yeah, all in all, that the produce is fine. It's all according to what you get. It's just like finding good pizza here. Good pizza here. It's just different than what you're used to, and that makes a difference.
Oh, here we go about the pizza, right? I can't wait. The pizza's coming up. Oh God.
Well, yeah, they got some pieces pretty good. I mean, flavor-wise, it has flavor. The crust is good, and all that kind of stuff that you always look at.
Yeah.
But I was looking for a pizza that kind of resembles the kind of pizza that we had. And
Well, guess what, Skip? Guess what, Skip? You better click your heels and get on back to Indiana, because just like you said, yeah, it's not like what you're used to. I guarantee you that Indiana pizza sucks balls, according to people from Florida down here, which everybody down here is from somewhere else. Okay?
there's no pizza here anywhere around here. Don't send me any info because I've had enough of them. But there's no pizza here that comes close to anything that we had in Indiana. None.
Yeah, so like on the scheme of things, you've heard it before, like pizza from Italy. I mean, you get even like pizza from China, pizza from New York, pizza from Chicago, Detroit pizza. I don't know what is it? Texas pizza. The Firehouse and stuff and everything. And one thing that comes to mind that's above all the other ones that everybody talks about is pizza from Indiana. Yeah. Oh my God. Come down to Florida, expect everything to be like Indiana. Then why would you even move out of Indiana? Don't be afraid to take the differences, right? Yeah.
Will you quit it?
Oh yeah.
Get it.
Let's see.
Come on. Come on. You're going to jump.
Okay.
We're talking
Market on Saturdays has good tomatoes. Never had a problem. Okay,
There you go, right there. So she goes to Markets of Marion, right? And that's a flea market north of the Villages. And somebody else says they never had a problem there. But she keeps like saying stuff that kind of like contradicts what Skip's saying, but she's got to kind of play Skip's game, okay? And there's good tomatoes even at Markets of Marion, because there are some people that actually get their stuff from a farm, but you don't know which ones are which in a lot of cases, and then if you're going to take somebody's word for it or not. But most of the stuff, people are finding it's stuff that's being thrown out that they give to these people. Trust me on this. I know a little bit about this stuff, but other people aren't having trouble. But this guy with this big voice right here, Mr. Skip's going around telling everybody that the food sucks balls in the Villages. You know what that does? That hampers the value of a home when he has a big voice like that, telling people don't want to move here when they hear him say that the food sucks balls in the Villages. Yeah.
I could get tomatoes from that I liked, and it could be the difference in where you're from, Brad, and where I'm from. That's a difference in the taste.
Yeah, I understand that, but she loves Tennessee tomatoes. I can't wait to sink my teeth into some Tennessee tomatoes. And then here comes Skippy. Maybe.
From Indiana was grown in cow shit. And
Okay, now he's talking about tomatoes from Indiana. She doesn't bring up the fact about tomatoes from Indiana. She likes tomatoes from Tennessee. But, having cow shit tomatoes, he doesn't know what he's talking about here, right? Because down there in Ruskin, there's a lot of cows in Florida, okay? A lot of it's beef cows who don't really have where you could scoop up, the milk cows, the dairy cows, right? Where you can scoop the poop up easily in one little spot right here. But we do have cow poop. They put cow poop in the soil and Ruskin tomatoes. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Here we go. Mr. News guy himself that doesn't know anything about the news.
that's the good tomatoes. Down here it's grown in sand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's grown in sand. Yeah, okay, it is different down here, right? Okay, but Tennessee tomatoes, because we drew up the state lines, Tennessee. I can understand regional tomatoes, okay, but down here, they're grown in sand. Ain't nobody growing tomatoes in sand unless it's mom and pop. You got to be kidding me, man.
Growing chemicals in it.
Well, and like I said, the one lady up there, she got her tomatoes off the bottoms. If you know what the bottoms is, that's
She
the bottom
made that up.
in the swamp.
She made that up.
It was dirt. They were good.
Anything to make a sale.
Like I said, it was dirt. It was good.
How do you know?
I tasted them.
So she's believing the stories, right? That somebody's growing their tomatoes in the swamp. In the swamp. I mean, it might make sense or whatever, but the plants will die, right? I mean, you can't. They'll get root rot, right?
Well, that don't mean anything.
Well,
Your taste could be off.
Yeah.
I know.
Here's what's his name? Skip rocking back and forth on this chair. He's been in the business for years, in the media business, but he can't put any lubrication on that chair, and he's gonna rock it back and forth for like an hour and just squeak, squeak, squeak every week.
Let's see. Laura says, drive through Cincinnati, many chili restaurants, Gold Star and another one I can't remember.
What did she say about Cincinnati?
A lot of chili restaurants.
Chili restaurants.
Mm-hmm. Many.
See, and then he shakes his head no. Yeah, Cincinnati is known for chili, right? The longest canned, as far as I know, the longest canned chili, being in a can that you open it up, it's from Cincinnati. Okay, chili is known to be in Cincinnati. He doesn't know that. He's a big news guy, knows everything.
Chili restaurants in Cincinnati.
How many?
Many.
Well, the biggest chili restaurant in Ohio that I can recall, Skyline.
Yeah.
That was like a competition between them and Steak and Shake. And I had Skyline. There's a couple places I stayed. It's good. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's a little different.
Excuse me.
It's a little different. He doesn't complain about anything. So
Gold Star. I've never heard of that one, so that must be
Cincinnati. Skyline. It's not bad.
Yeah, in Skyline, yeah. Rich A wants to know if they sell meatloaf mix in Florida supermarkets. It's ground beef, veal, and pork. I think I have seen it at Publix. And I don't know if they have it all the time or not, but I have seen it at the Publix, yeah. And Kathy B in the 603 says she's also got produce at the Markets of Marion. Yeah, the Markets of Marion, they have one whole aisle that's nothing but fruits and vegetables. And some of it comes from out of the country, but a lot of it is from local vendors. They come from Georgia, Alabama, those kind of areas, and they bring that stuff in, and not bad, really, not bad.
Yeah, not bad, because it's getting up closer to the Tennessee tomatoes. But Skip over here, Skip says that tomatoes from Indiana are good. She doesn't say one word about Indiana tomatoes.
But
The only thing is, it's a bit far to drive just to get some tomatoes.
Okay, so he's complaining. There you go. He says that the food sucks down here. He doesn't want to go anywhere. He won't go anywhere to get good food. He says the food sucks in the villages. And he's got a big platform and a big voice. It's basically putting the villages down. And then he says it's a bit far to go to Markets of Marion. He lives in District 10, and I'm not doxing him because he says he lives in District 10. And anyways, he says it's too far. Markets of Marion is just up the road. No wonder he can't get good food and good vegetables or anything like that. If he can't get to it on a golf cart, because he can't ride his golf cart there, right? Okay, so if he can't get to it on a golf cart, and if he does, and make sure he doesn't have to take a U-turn, there's a lot in play here to make him say that there's great food down here and great vegetables. But the travel part is a big issue with him. But I mean, he's the big news guy. So whatever he says, the food sucks down here and you can't find vegetables. But to him, it's too far to go. So now he's starting to lean in towards like, you can actually get, fruits and vegetables from the markets of Marion, but now it's too far. He's starting to lean in because people are, putting their comments in there and saying that you can actually get good stuff there, and they're getting good stuff there. And she knows how. She knows how to spot a good tomato. But yet the tomatoes that land on his countertop are all rotten inside, according to him. But maybe he's not eating them quick enough or something.
It's like everywhere else. They have a main market where they buy them.
Talking about going to markets in Marion. Who wants to drive from here clear up to there just buy some tomatoes?
Well, I do.
That's 20-some miles up there. I wouldn't.
Well, I do other things while I'm up there.
It's not 20 miles. And the other thing is, again, no wonder you have terrible food. Anything, it's got to be within 1 mile of you. And mainly what's in 1 mile of you is houses. I mean, you got to go to the outskirts. Yeah, they have some inner restaurants. And I mean, it's mostly chain, right? But you got to get outside the villages to get anything. That's the village's fault. But it's really not really a fault. There's plenty of restaurants around. It's just that Skip here, if he can't do it on a golf cart and it's not, it's got to be less than a 4-minute trip.
Like what things?
Well, that Saturday I went and had lunch with Linda and Judy, and Jose had his coffee truck set up, and he was helping promote a Puerto Rican food truck.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Well, what was Judy and Linda doing up there?
supporting Jose.
How come I didn't know about it?
It was
Because you're a party spoiler there, Skip. I'll tell you that. You're a grumpy old man. That's what it is. And then you'll probably complain about the food up there and saying it sucks.
on your phone.
No.
Yeah, it was.
I always get that. He sends me stuff after it's done and over.
You might as well take that, take it and learn from it, Skip. Maybe nobody wants you around.
Oh, well, he figured you wouldn't get up for it.
I probably wouldn't. It'd be nice to get invited.
Well, okay. Rester said, didn't Skip say he never complains?
There it is. There it is. Somebody putting in the messages. Skip says he never complains. And he goes, oh, well, when I'm reading the news, I put my opinions in or complain a little bit or whatever. But during these porch sitting things, he never complains. In life in general, he never complains. The guy has done nothing but complain here. And he's not done yet. It gets better.
Now he says he is bitching about the Florida food. Isn't that the same as complaining?
When did I ever say I don't complain? That's where you people make stuff up. You just
Oh, no, he wasn't complaining about Middleton.
See, I thought he was being facetious right there, but I think the look on his face, he goes, people are just making stuff up. When did I ever say that? It's right on video. He says that he doesn't complain. He's not a complainer, but only when he reads the news. He's not reading the news right now. He's doing what's called porch sitting, whatever this is.
That's it. That was just news that he reads about Middleton.
See, there you go.
well, because I got a school down there. This is ridiculous. And I'm not going to fall for this. You guys.
Okay, I got something to say right here, Mr. Skip. Okay, and then you're going to talk about the gates and everything, about how they're not like, a pain in the ass, right? But anyways, he's mad about, school being in the middle of I don't know, an adult community, 55 plus community. Well, Mr. Morse, if he would have went with private roads, he could have gotten away possibly without building schools. But you got so many homes, a certain number of homes. Any builder has to do this. They have to give money to schools. If you're a builder, and I don't know what the number is, it might be per county, but I believe it's per state. Okay. If you're going to build 300 homes, you have to give certain amount of money to the state or the county. I don't know which one it is, to build schools. Because eventually this thing might not stay at 55 plus, Mr. Skip. There's no guarantee it stays at 55 plus forever, right? And then it just becomes, they're going to start probably letting loose with some of these in years to come. Watch it. I've been in here 21 years. I know a lot. Okay. And anyways, you got to give somebody so much money to schools. And when you're building 30,000 homes, you got to have so many schools. This guy's, he's been out of shape about paying for schools.
Off whatever you want. No retirement community should have a school in it. That's stupid.
Complaining.
Yeah, that's complaining, all right. And again, there's no guarantee that that stays a 55 plus adult community. You're building homes with public roads. If you could get away with a lot more if it's private roads. Okay? Ridiculous.
I disagree.
Well,
If I disagree with somebody, I'm complaining.
Yeah.
no, well, not necessarily. Right. I understand. He's disagreeing, but it's stupid if you think about it.
Well, so what? Am I breaking a law?
No.
I'll put it that way. Am I breaking a law? If I'm not, shut up. I don't want
That's
to
what complaining is. Let's
fight
see.
me.
Joseph Smith says, I'm surprised to hear that about fresh fruits and veggies.
Yeah, here we go about the fresh fruit and veggies. And old Skip's going to keep rocking back and forth in that squeaky chair. He's a real good media guy, let me tell you.
And it's not that they're bad, Joseph. I mean, really. They're really good looking produce. Like the farmer's market up here looks really good. And they've got a lot of stuff, about everything under the sun. It's not what you're used to. If you're from the north, it's not what you're used to. And if you're used to everything grown in good black dirt, then it's going to taste different down here.
You got to stop with that. You don't know where these tomatoes are grown. You're not going to where they're grown. And Ruskin tomatoes, down just south of Tampa, okay? Down there, Ruskin tomatoes are well known to be great tomatoes. Maybe you're not getting Ruskin tomatoes. I don't know. And you're going to Markets of Marion. That's a problem right there. Trust me on that one. He's saying they're grown in sand.
But they've got a variety, really good variety. And they have other things other than fruits and vegetables at the farmer's market up here. Sometimes you just wander around to see what they got. They have a lot of pastries, a lot of pastry vendors. There's a guy that sells the olive salad. I forget what they call it now. There's a name for it. There's a couple of people that does honey, if you like raw honey. I actually
What the hell is an olive salad?
it's called something. I don't remember what it is.
Is it Greek salad?
No, it's a tamponade or something like that.
Never heard of it.
Well,
This is what's wrong. Why are we doing this?
you use it in cooking, which you know nothing about. So
I said it was a salad.
it's called olive salad. It's an olive salad, but it's used in cooking. I can't remember.
It's called olive salad, but it's not a salad.
Oh, I'm trying to explain it. I said I can't.
Don't explain it. This is what's wrong with our whole society. We make up so much crap that nobody knows
Oh my
what
God,
it
you
is.
live on beef running the rest of your life. I swear.
So what? It's the same here as anywhere else.
Yeah, it's nasty.
You ain't eating it.
It's an opinion.
You
I'm
ain't,
complaining.
I was gonna say, but you don't have to worry about it. You're not the one eating it.
No.
Am I breaking the law?
No.
Then don't worry about
Do
it.
you get your beef running?
Did I get it?
Do you get it?
It's in there in the can.
Okay.
Well, I don't get your point.
Well,
What's your point?
everybody has an opinion.
Oh, but you can't do that. That's complaining.
Tomatoes are awesome. Yeah, they are. Like I prefer Tennessee tomatoes, and it's the dirt. It's not anything other than that. I said
She likes Tennessee tomatoes. I've never heard of them, but I mean, I'm intrigued. I want Tennessee tomatoes, but I mean, I've never heard of them. Doesn't mean that they're not good. And she's not. She's not praising the Indiana tomatoes where she's from, Indiana. And then he says the Indiana tomatoes are grown in great black cow poop or whatever. And then she likes her Tennessee tomatoes. Anybody out there type in there? You ever heard of Tennessee tomatoes? I mean, you gotta be kidding me, man. And then they're prime for what's called Ruskin tomatoes, Ruskin, Ruskin tomatoes, right here in Florida, are well known to be a great tomato. And then they won't seek them out because Skip here, he won't travel anywhere to get anything. And telling everybody on his big platform that thousands of people see, and people probably, people that are seeing, checking the stuff out, checking everything out, doing their study if they want to move to the villages or not. And then Skip saying that the food sucks. He's eating at shitty places. That's why the food sucks. He goes to Bob Evans. Bob Evans. No wonder you say the food sucks. I ate at Bob Evans probably 2-3 times in my whole life. You know why? Because the food sucks. It's okay, right? Yeah.
They got good black dirt in Tennessee.
Oh my God. because when they drew the lines for Tennessee, it should be a region, right? Is it all of Tennessee where they drew the state lines? I'm being facetious, but come on, man.
Tomato there is. And I said,
Well, I know that Dad used to wait for Tennessee watermelons, the long ones.
Now here we go. Now we got Tennessee watermelons. They know about it because that's around the region where they live in Indiana. Tennessee watermelons, Florida watermelons. What's wrong with Florida watermelons? They grow a lot of watermelons in Florida. They only grow watermelons in Florida. You know why? Because they suck. The people put great pride in growing watermelons in Florida. You know why? Because they suck. That's why. I don't know. It sounds like a bad business adventure, but
now we get these little round football things, whatever the hell those are.
Don't.
When she got those, I threw it out.
Okay, there you go. So now he's throwing it out again, just like the tomatoes, because the tomatoes were rotten inside, and she knows how to pick out a good tomato. But old Skip here says that the only watermelons that you could get are the round ones. The round ones, as far as I know, are ones, they're the sweeter ones, okay? The round ones. I didn't want to buy the round ones for the longest time until recently I found out. You learn something as an old man. 21 years in the villages here, right? You learn as an old man, you learn things, right, as time goes on. And I just recently found out that the round ones are like the sweeter ones. Now, I could be wrong, but that's how I remember it. And then the longer ones aren't. But he's mad that there's no more long ones. Guaranteed not guaranteed, but pretty sure where she's getting these things, she's buying the round ones. She won't tell him. But there's also the elongated ones there that she could buy too. But he doesn't eat them. He doesn't eat this stuff quick enough, and it rots. So she buys the smaller one, which is actually, in most cases, supposedly the better ones. I don't know.
I spend more money putting it in the
I
trash.
know it. I just buy this stuff.
Watermelon.
The inside watermelon, as soon as I cut it open, you can smell it. It's right on the verge of rotting. The inside was all mushy, kind of like.
Yeah, and I take it in the other room and eat it.
She'll eat anything,
Yeah.
and then say that I'm the one that's wrong.
Well, there's enough. Don't you knock on a watermelon? Don't you do a little knock on the watermelon and test it out? There's if you look it up and find out and educate yourself, you got your phone that you complain about that nobody remembers phone numbers anymore. But anyways, you get your phone out and you learn how to check out how to purchase a watermelon correctly, meaning a good watermelon, a one that's not rotten.
I want a piece of stuff, and Dad used to get the long Tennessee watermelons, whatever those are called. There's a certain brand of watermelon. They're long.
They grow them in Florida too, Skip.
And he loved those, and those are pretty good.
And they have an array of those. I just can't pick them up.
You go to Publix?
Not normally.
I was gonna say they'll take them out to your car for you.
Well,
Well, they might have solved the problem in their household after all this time, right? So Skip, he doesn't like the little round ones. He wants the elongated one. He doesn't go to the store and help her out. She can't pick it up and put it in the cart and bring it home. No wonder. He's saying that the food sucks in the villages, basically in Florida. What he's saying, food sucks down here, and he's complaining about watermelons. About they don't have the elongated ones. They only got the round ones. Well, that's because his wife can't pick the other one up. I mean, there's a lot. There's an answer for a lot of things. He won't find the good food because he won't travel to go get it. He's got to basically get it in his golf cart. And he lives in District 10, and there's not very many. I mean, the commercial buildings are very limited near him. That's where the problem lies, and he won't go and travel. And if he's got to make a U-turn, I'm not going to go to any restaurant if I got to make a U-turn. I mean, they were crotchety.
I can't.
You go to Aldi's. Well, that's a place where you have to pack your own shit and haul out to the car.
Well,
Oh, now it's a problem. All these, I thought it was kind of, they didn't have enough choices there, but all these is starting to be like my number one choice. I mean, you go there first and then get anything else you need somewhere else, I guess, right? But anyways, he's complaining about packing your own shit and everything. No wonder stuff sucks down here.
you can call it in and they'll have it for you to pick
That's
up.
not a charge.
No, they won't charge you to pick anything up.
Box it and put it up. They're going to charge you.
Well,
Aldi's,
I don't know. I'm not
Aldi's
using.
is probably the cheapest store I've ever seen in my
I
life.
like all this. I don't care.
Yeah, well, you don't.
Okay.
I know a lot of people like self-service gas too. Back in the day when you could save money.
Ringo Loco said, "So what is the best pizza there in Florida's?"
That's the answer to you. For me, there's no good pizza here. That's bottom line.
Okay, well, that's his opinion. There you go. It's not him complaining. That's his opinion. But basically, the way he said stuff in other ways before, it was complaining. Basically, it was fact that food sucks in Florida, food in the villages area, whatever. You cannot find good food at all. That's like fact. Now he's saying it as an opinion.
Gringo, I think Paisanos is good. I think, what's that other one? Starts with an M. Trying to think. It's a name, and I can't think of it right now. But like there's one over here on 466A, right next to Lowe's. I can't think of the name of it for some odd reason. But those are really good pizzas.
You dropped this chewy over there.
I think what we have here is we have a crotchety old man, and the wife seems to be pretty pleased, right, at stuff, but she has to play his game. But she's sitting there and she's naming a couple places that have good pizza, but she can't name them because old Skip here doesn't like the pizza there. That's why she can't remember the name. I mean, it's me guessing, right? She can't remember the name, but there's no good pizza down here. Now, she'll get into that too, because I have heard this one time before. I was doing something and I couldn't do it this way. I listened to it, but she'll get into it too, that the pizza stinks down here. And I'm going to try to hit the button.
There you go. Let's see. Richard says, next time we visit, hopefully next fallish, we will bring down some of our extra fruit and veggies, then Skip can stop his complaining. Yeah, we've had some really good tomatoes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we went to Amish.
Yeah.
Amish. I was looking for the Amish Mafia. We was riding around out in the country, and there was
We've got a farmer's market.
it was like a big grocery store on this
Yeah.
farmer's property.
Yeah.
Anyway, went inside there and talk about sweet corn. My God, he had like a truckload of it in there. And we got all that. Well, not all of it. We got a lot of it. We had did I have my camper? Yeah, I have my camper. So we had it up there. And then tomatoes. They had some tomatoes. And I think I had a little sample there, and I took a little bite of one of the samples. So we ended up getting like half a dozen of what they call beef heart tomatoes or something like that. They're big tomatoes like that.
Oh my God. The tomato that big. I mean, his hands were in front of his face, so that makes it look like he's doing it bigger. But that tomato was like about the size of his face. I mean, Man, that's a big tomato.
I don't know if we got in there, but I can tell you this: within 2 or 3 days of being there, when we left, it was all gone.
It was really, really good. Somewhere in the sense that Trader Joe's has awesome olive tempeh.
We don't have a
Maybe
Trader
then
Joe's.
we'll open a TV store. Yeah. And that's what it's called.
And he won't fix that chair. It just squeaks and squeaks and squeaks. He doesn't know that there's a Trader Joe's. You know why? Because if he can't get to it on his golf cart and less than a 4-minute ride, he doesn't. And if he's got to make a U-turn, that puts that out. I mean, so he can't go to Trader Joe's either. He can't. No wonder he thinks the food sucks in the villages. Yet he goes on his big platform and tells everybody. I mean, somebody's going to be trying to hunt for a house, and trying to figure out if they want to move to the villages or not. But yet this guy says that the food sucks down here.
We got an Aldi's. There'll not be a Trader Joe's here. Somebody told us that. Deb told us that. Aldi's and Trader Joe's are brothers, and there's a family war. So wherever you see an Aldi's, you won't find a Trader Joe's.
Okay, well, somebody's giving you wrong information. Luckily, he's not doing this like on his newscast right now. Okay, because they might have a war and everything like that, but that's not true. Because if you go to the outskirts of Florida, where basically most of the people live, if you look at the map, the Orlando, because Disney put something there, and then it became what it is. But if you look where people live in Florida, it's on the coast. They don't live in the middle of the state. And the villages grew up in the middle of the state. Okay. And so you're not seeing Aldi's and Trader Joe's, I guess, together, but you are, because there is a Trader Joe's close enough. If you get in your vehicle, he lives in the village. You know how close Orlando is? It's like 30 minutes away. To me, 30 minutes, okay, yeah, that sounds like a long way to go, right? But 30 minutes and you're in Orlando.
Take it for what it's worth.
Yeah. Let's see. Cindy G says rattlesnake watermelon with seeds are the best.
Is that the long ones?
I
I
don't
don't know the name of them. I just know that
When
when
they
they were
rattlesnake must be the striped ones. I know we used to get the something diamond, black diamond.
I don't know, they got names.
Yeah, years ago, that's what we used to. They used to bring them up in pickup trucks and drive around the neighborhood and buy them. Let's see. And Laura says she's going to have to try the olive Trader Joe's.
And don't
They've got a guy here on the square at the farmer's market, and that's what he sells. There's different things other than fruits and vegetables there too. Like I said, they do pastries, and there's some lady that has crocheted golf towels and stuff like that. And lots of bee pollen. And the other day I was at the farmer's market, the big flea market, and I seen a bottle of bee pollen. I mean, they were selling honey, but they had a bottle of the bee pollen. I've never seen that before. I've heard of it, but I never knew anybody sold it. Ready?
Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't know how long they've lived here in Florida, but they say a while, right? He's been doing this 5 years as being like a supposedly newscaster in the villages, 5 years or so. And you don't know anything about bees? We got a lot of bees here. I mean, there's a lot of honey, let me tell you, in Florida. It's amazing. Oh man, I mean, let's go with the pizza coming up.
Gotta watch it not chew on my leg. Okay. John Jane Journey says our favorite pizza is Frenchie's at Sawgrass Grove. You know, I've not tried it. I've not tried the one at Sawgrass Grove.
You know why? Because old Skip won't drive you there to try the pizza. And I don't know what he's going to say here. Maybe he should say, we should try that. But he won't. He's stubborn. He's stubborn in his ways. He wants to eat his chili, and that's it. He doesn't like the vegetables. He doesn't like this. He likes stupid restaurants, and he complains about how shitty they are. He eats at Bob Evans. He won't go to this great pizza recommendations here. You know why? Because it's not like Indiana pizza. I'm sorry they don't have Indiana pizza in Florida because nobody's even heard of Indiana pizza. Doesn't make sense. It just sounds like pizza that somebody made in Indiana. I mean, I'm being funny about it, but I mean, what's the clarification of an Indiana pizza? Please, somebody.
before. Last time I was, well, I don't know if they were even open when I was down there last. I know they had the signs up and everything, but I don't think they was open. And ever since then, we went to Sawgrass Tavern, and that's as far as we got. Yeah, and he said there's both Aldi's and Trader Joe's in the Chicago areas. They are, but there's a certain distance between them. There has to be. And Catherine Jacobs says, I have a huge garden.
There's an Aldi's here by Brownwood, well, just up here. So Trader Joe's would have to be down by Eastport, have that distance between
Yeah,
them.
yeah. So that would be, that would be good. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they'll put it somewhere close, but maybe not in the villages. So, Catherine J says, I have a huge garden in the summer, best tomatoes, cubes, green beans, and peppers ever. Oh, I know. But I just loved all those fresh vegetables. And I've always been, I've never been vegan, but I've always been more with vegetables than I was meat. Cooked meat to me is just kind of yuck. But Rester says, if you're going on that cruise you were saying you may go on, it would be hilarious to hear Skip's review on the ship food. Just imagine.
Yeah, I can imagine that. All right. You wouldn't think Skip would complain about anything on there. I mean, why would he even go on it? I already know he's not going to have a good time. Before he's even gone on the cruise, he's not going to have a good time at all. And why would he even go? People, that's another thing too. People that are miserable all the time, why do they even attempt to do stuff? She's laughing.
Rester, that's the one place I don't think he didn't complain about was the food on the cruise. The last cruise we took,
I've
anyhow.
only been on one cruise.
Yeah.
That's when the Royal Caribbean, what's the name of the ship?
He's only been on one cruise, right? If he's going to say anything good, there's going to be a reason for it. That I don't know. Hold on a second. Let's see what he says.
Harmony of the Seas.
Harmony of the Seas. That's when it was brand new.
Yeah.
And they did a cruise out of here, and we got on it. And I don't know if it's because it was new, and I don't know. But
There you go.
From the day we got on it to the day we got off of it, it was some of the best food I've ever had. Everywhere. No matter where you went. The food was great.
Maybe he needs to move. They have cruises now that you can pay and be on a cruise the rest of your life, right? It might be cost you like $3 million or something. I mean, but there are cruises there's like a 7-year cruise or a 5-year cruise or something like that. Why don't you move from the villages where the food sucks and get on that ship and just sail away, Skippy?
Let's see. Well, yeah. Well, I just have to see what this is This is a celebrity, so it's a different ship. We'll have to see what it's like. But yeah, the food on that other ship, and I know why they say you gain 10 pounds every time you go on a cruise, because it's, not only was it plentiful, but like I said, it was just so good. You just kept eating. Let's see. Jerry Bow says Pizza King has good meat pizza, not wrestler approved. I love Pizza King.
They don't have Pizza King here.
Yeah. But
I'd take a Pizza King.
Yeah, but see, he'll take a Pizza King, and it's great that he likes Pizza King. But somebody recommended a thing about pizza right there in the villages, and he didn't say, we'll try it. He won't try it. He doesn't want to try nothing.
I got the thing on my phone where you can actually have it shipped. I don't know what that kind of thing costs. I've done it once, and it was way too expensive. But now they do it different.
There's the problem, and then now he's bringing up $100. You could ship Pizza King. They love Pizza King, but it's too expensive. That's why the food sucks in the villages, because he'll only eat at Bob Evans. He won't go to a regular restaurant. There's plenty of restaurants around. And him on his big platform with his big voice is telling people that the food sucks. This guy's insane.
Or pizza.
Well, I mean, they do it a little bit different now, so maybe it's not that bad. So, and I mean, like I said, yeah, we love Pizza King because when our favorite place was Arts Pizza in Anderson, and it went, it went through the generations and finally died out. And so then we started going to Pizza King. We lived in Harper City. Yeah, we lived in Harper City, and they had a pretty good Pizza King there, and we got used to it. And then they built one next to where our ship went to school, and that's the one we usually stop at when we go up there now. But yeah, just nothing like it around here. Not that there's any good; it's just nothing like it.
Fair enough.
Let's see. Gringo says Skip would love the so-called food here, although fruits and veggies are great and cheap. Well, that would be good.
I don't really care too much about cheap either. I just when we throw half the food out because it's rotten on the inside.
You're shopping at the wrong place, and maybe it's possible that your wife is picking the wrong stuff, but most likely it's because she's going to the wrong places, and you're not eating it as quick as it should be eaten. I bet that plays in there. But the other thing, he doesn't care about the cost. He's getting ready to say that. He just said it, but he's about ready to say it maybe. He just said it, so he's about ready to say it, or he already said it, but he said it. He doesn't care about the cost. Yes, he does. He eats at all the cheap chain restaurants. And he won't water his grass because he wants to save money on water. So he's a cheapskate.
Or stinks or something. It's like how much money are we saving by going to these cheaper stores when we're throwing half of it out? I'd rather pay a higher price knowing I can eat it all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And expensive stores doesn't guarantee it's good quality. I bought stuff at
I used to haul stuff out of California back to Indianapolis Fruit Company.
Here we go.
Every week. And so I know how this stuff is loaded, and I know how this stuff comes off the truck. So there's no excuse for this half-rotten stuff to get into Publix or any other store here. Because when it comes off of that truck, there's a guy there. I don't know why.
To any other store here. Now, Publix is from Lakeland, Florida. It's between Tampa and Orlando. That's where it started, based or whatever like that. Okay, so Publix, right? And what he's saying is that all the grocery stores down here are idiots, even if they're a chain from up north or out west or something like that. No matter what, the fruits and vegetables that they get into the grocery stores here in Florida suck. I mean, he was a truck driver. He knows stuff can be moved across the country pretty fast, right? I mean, they moved from Indiana and they're missing the lifestyle in Indiana. You're missing stuff. It's nostalgic stuff. You're missing it. I understand that. I've been down here a long time. People come down. Listen to me. If you're thinking about moving to the villages, and anywhere you move, 3 to 4 years, and it's difficult, but 3 to 4 years. If you're younger, you move back home. Most people, after 3 or 4 years, they can't take it anymore. They got to move back home. But when you're older, it's what happens is as soon as your spouse dies, the other spouse usually goes back north, or you remarry. I understand that too. But I've seen it for 21 years here in the villages. And one wants to be here and one doesn't. It's usually never both. But when one dies, the other one goes back home because you miss home. 3 to 4 years, you can't take it anymore. You want you want the experience of your house, your home, I should say.
He's got a name. And all of them at these warehouses for fruits and vegetables have this guy. He's got a little pocket knife. He'll just pull something off. He cuts it open, and he might even take a little bite of it and then throw the rest of it in the trash. And he'll sit there and he'll do that. Once every now and then, he'll pull something off and he'll cut it open and look at it. This stuff, in order for it to be, I'm talking about, she got peaches. So on the outside, looked great. I cut it open, and I mean, 2/3 of the peach on the inside was black.
Yeah, well, I know what he's saying. You know, the stuff's getting pulled off the tree earlier and earlier. But everything that he gets in Florida, I mean, I'm not having this problem. I'm not having this problem at all. Yeah, you get some here and there. As a matter of fact, my wife's telling me to eat the persimmons before it needs to be a good ripeness for me. But basically, she wants me to eat everything before it turns ripe, actually. I mean, this stuff isn't even ripe yet that you get. I mean, it's crazy how this guy has all this rotten food. Where are you getting your food from? Or are you not eating it in time? It's probably not eating it in time. She's still buying like they have, you know, a house full of kids probably. Same thing my wife does. Is she buys way too much. But I don't have trouble with all this rotten stuff.
Not just a little bit. It was black, and there's no sense in that.
Yeah.
Lubricate your rocking chair there, Skippy.
Oh, Kathy B says there's an Icy King in Leesburg that has Detroit style pizza. I'm not sure. I think we're used to Chicago style, but I'm not really sure.
I thought, listen,
Well,
she's used to Chicago style, right? But I thought it was Tennessee pizza. She said Tennessee pizza. Everything's Tennessee with her. But now they eat Chicago style, and he's about because I have heard this once before. He's gonna tell her that they don't eat Chicago. But I mean, come on now, the pizza down here sucks, and they're not even pizza sewers anyways. Connoisseurs, right?
I don't know what.
We got that once at a pizza place
Once.
when they first opened them up in Indianapolis. I can't think of the name of it. It's a chain. We went with Ernie and his wife.
Yeah.
It was deep dish. I can't remember what it's called now. It's okay.
I don't know what Detroit style is though.
They all have their own style, and I don't know them all either. You got
Yeah, but you know the best pizza is from Indiana, according to him, and she actually says Tennessee pizza. I'm not kidding you. She lived in Indiana, but she said that the pizza from Tennessee. She's gonna say it. I don't think she said it yet, but she's gonna say it. Is the best. But he says that the Indiana pizza is great. He doesn't even know all the style pizzas. To me, deep dish is good. I mean, maybe not everybody makes a good deep dish. I've never had a bad deep dish. Of course, I don't eat like Domino's or anything like that. I don't eat Bob Evans. I don't eat all these places that he goes to. I don't eat at. You know why? Because it's shit food. No wonder he says the food down here sucks.
New York style pizza, Chicago style pizza.
Portillo's have pizza? I know they had.
I don't know. I can't even hardly eat their hot dogs. I wouldn't get a pizza there.
I'll have to let you know. I'll have to try it myself. Let's see. Brad Shea says we've been on Princess Holland America, Norwegian, and Royal Caribbean. We like the food on Royal Caribbean the best. Well,
that's where we were. That's the only cruise that I've got to compare.
Yeah, like the next one is Celebrity, and I'm hoping it's got pretty good food too. Peter says up here in upstate New York, sick with the flu. Laughing as you guys discussed beefaroni. You guys are the best. Love Port Sitting. Thank you for the show.
Hey, the only thing.
Well, Peter.
Hey, something that everybody says is disgusting. And I always tell them, well, I really don't care what you think of it. You're not the one eating it. It's not like Chef Boyardee spaghetti out of a can.
And this guy, I mean, it's his opinion, and it's great. I have nothing against him liking whatever it is. I think it's terrible, but that's my opinion too. But this guy here, Skip, he says that the food sucks down here, and yet he eats shit like that. You gotta be kidding me.
That's not as bad as a beefaroni.
It's the thing about bashing Florida, right? Okay, so I'm from New York, okay, and not New York City. I'm from the state of New York. I don't come down here and complain about everything. I don't sit there and tell everybody how great everything was in New York. My point.
Again, you're not the one eating it.
Well, I buy it for you. You want it. You don't like all the vegetables at all boil either, so
Because it stinks.
Yeah, it does.
Who wants to eat food that stinks?
Well, you don't leave the water in it. When you boil the vegetables, you
He's sitting there saying now, it sounds like, right? 100% of any, now we're not even talking about like peaches, like he said, and watermelon and tomatoes. It sounds like everything right now. Everything stinks. All fruits and all vegetables purchased, not necessarily grown. He was talking about purchasing them. Okay, at what is it? Grocery stores. That was tough to get out. At grocery stores here. And he's talking about trucking stuff from California to Indiana. So he was talking about grocery stores. And to name one, he has to say Publix. There's other ones here, but Publix has to be a Florida based, what is it, grocery store. I don't know why I got having trouble with grocery store, right? But okay, so everything, 100% of everything purchased here in Florida, fruits and vegetable wise, sucks. You can't get good pizza here. And in entirety, food here sucks. And he used the word sucks. Sucks. This guy's got a big voice, a big YouTube channel, many views, and he's telling people basically don't move. He's turning people away from the villages. Now, it might not be a lot of people, but when you hear that the food sucks, anywhere you want to move, if you heard somebody said it's real cheap to go to Alabama, I mean, they're basically almost giving houses away, and you can get big land and everything like that, but the food sucks. I mean, because you don't have study on Alabama, right? Most people don't have knowledge of a lot of stuff. You might have a slight idea, but you don't know everything. And you're doing study on where you're going to move, and somebody says they're basically giving houses away in Alabama, but the food sucks there. I don't know anybody that want to move there. Skip. He's just nothing but a grumpy old man. It sounds like she likes to be here. That's the thing. It turns out it's always like only one of the two actually really love being here, and it's her, and she's got to deal with him and still go along with his complaints a little bit. She's sneaking in that things are okay, but he won't allow it.
The other day, when you went in Grandma's house, it always smelled like fresh bread and pies. It always had this smell.
Oh my God, your 1950s lifestyle.
Stuff you boil on the stove smells like yesterday's fart floating around the house.
Oh my God. Yeah, some of the, because I do cauliflower and broccoli and zucchini and
So after you get that water in this farty, smelly thing, then you come in and go, what do you feel like eating? I feel like eating nothing.
well, you're lucky I asked. I'm not going to anymore. But yeah, it's just, that's what I like. So I take it out of the water and I put teriyaki sauce on it. It's just, that's the way I like it.
That makes it better.
Yeah, I feel better, Peter. We hate that you got the flu. Had that a month ago. Not fun. I had it just before I got my flu shot. Zachary says here in the Indy area we have 2 Trader Joe's. One is 3 blocks away from Aldi's on East 86th Street. We're lucky enough to have some Pizza Kings. One in Cicero.
We used to go to Trader Joe's up there on, what was that? Was it 86th Street?
Yeah.
It's kind of tucked in a little shopping center right there.
Yeah.
And the problem there was not the stores or anything, it was the park.
Oh my God, here we go, right? So basically he was talking about Trader Joe's earlier, and I'm not going to go in about that, about being in the villages, right? But now, I guess Trader Joe's is okay. He didn't say anything about, hey, I could go to Trader Joe's. But now he goes to Trader Joe's, and then the problem with Trader Joe's is the parking. Now, I understand, if they have bad parking, it's terrible and everything, but we're talking about being able to get food and not being able to get food. But if the parking's terrible, I mean, I understand that. There's no way around that, bad parking, bad whatever like that. But he's always got to complain about something. Now, I don't know there's a severity of how bad the parking is, obviously. But there's a complaint there. You can't say anything good about Trader Joe's. Yeah, we should go to Trader Joe's. You can get a lot of original stuff there that you can't find anywhere else. You know what I did about Trader Joe's? About Trader Joe's, the damn parking. Goddamn parking, Jesus Christ. You probably had to do a U-turn before you got there too, Skip.
It was always full. You could never find a place to
Yeah,
park.
and we go to the Starbucks up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know why it was probably full? Because all the rest of the places in Indiana suck balls, Skip. Okay? That's why everybody was there. Trader Joe's is a great place, right? I mean, I don't really care for it, but I know it's a great place. You get a lot of original stuff, but I don't know. I like more traditional stuff, and it just, to me, I don't know. I've only been there a couple times, right? I know it's great. I have nothing to complain about Trader Joe's. But this guy here, Skip, he wants to complain about everything. The reason that the parking lot was full is because other places in Indiana suck balls. How about that, Skip?
So exactly, you're from Indy, huh? Ringer Locust, a giant avocado is about 30 cents each. Wow. Pineapple, 50 cents each. Giant squash, about 75 cents each. And everything grows something in volcanic soil. Oh, yeah, they tell me that is the best.
See, that's better than Indiana. The people are telling you that volcanic soil is the best. It's better than Indiana. It's better than Tennessee tomatoes. You can't. I mean, why wouldn't you buy your? And then this guy right here, Skip. He says it's not even the price. The price doesn't hamper him from getting anything good. Why don't you import stuff from volcanic areas and get all their fruits and vegetables? You get online. He's online right now. He's got that phone right in his face. Get online and order the stuff. Find out where you can get I don't know, volcanic stuff in Florida. Somebody sells it. And remember that the price, it doesn't matter. You could get anything in Florida. I mean, well, excuse me, not anything, but I mean what we're talking about here. You can have it delivered. And you can find it's here anyways. That's another thing too. People live on the edge, on the coastal. Nobody lives in the middle of the state. Orlando only got built up because of Disney World and then everything else that came after it. You're in the villages living in the middle of the state. The middle of the state's been abandoned except for the last 10 or 20 years in that little area. Look at the rest of the state. Nobody lives in the middle of the state. That's why there's hardly anything there, the choices, but there's plenty of choices there. You just won't pay for them, Skippy.
soil. You know, I don't know myself, but I have heard that people talk about that a lot. Okay, Rester says, for your information, I just did a search on who owns Celebrity Cruises. It says Royal Caribbean, so your food should be on par with that, I would assume. Yeah, I knew that, Rester. The thing is, I'm looking on this list of, you know, some of these cruises, like the last one we was on, they had specialty restaurants. Then, you know, you got some things that are in some restaurants that is included with your ticket. And then the celebrity restaurants, you actually have to pay for those. And that can run into quite a bit of money.
Yeah, but hey, but listen, the cheapskate himself, Mr. Skip, he says it doesn't matter. If you could get, she's talking about, you know, getting expensive. I guess she hasn't complained about it yet, right? But it could get expensive. But if you want great food, Skip says money's not an object. Yet he won't. He'll tell other people that the two people don't live near him. One person says that their neighbor has brown spots in their grass, and then he said during the newscast, go ahead and put a complaint in about that person. And then he turns around and says, my wife tells me to run the sprinklers because the grass has some brown spots in it. And he says he doesn't run the water as much as he should, and he knows it because he's trying to save money on water. I understand saving money on water, but when you signed up to be a villager, you signed up to keep your grass in good shape. his grass is not in the best shape it could be in because he's too cheap to run the water. Yet he can't find great food in Florida and he eats at Bob Evans. But he says he'll pay for good food, fruits and vegetables, let's say. He'll pay for them, but he can't travel too far because that's a pain in the ass. The parking's got to be great. And that's it. And why would somebody travel that far? So I know that there's great fruits and vegetables over there, but I won't travel to go get them. But I'll spend the money to get ones, but I can't because I can't get there. Just go ahead and tell people that Florida sucks. That's all he's doing. Go back to Indiana,
Looking
Skip.
on the itinerary for this next cruise that we're on. And
The itinerary is going to, you having to listen to Skip complain about everything.
the ticket and the rest of them were the celebrities.
Hopefully, Skip wears his ice hat on the cruise.
You know, I don't know if we're going to see a whole lot of those kind of places.
You probably won't because you got Skip with you.
But like I said, Skip really liked what was on Royal Caribbean. He ate the heck out of everything, other than the buffet. Neither one of us real crazy about the buffet because it's so busy.
I mean, middle of the night, you're walking around a ship, maybe going outside that big, I don't know what you call it, that big area out there where you have this like movie screen. You sit out there and you're watching the movie. You think, well, I'll go back to the room. I'm getting tired. You walk right by 15 different buffets. It's just convenient. You can reach down there and grab a whatever.
Yeah, it's okay.
Nothing bad, but if I had my choice, and we found this out like on the second day on the ship, I didn't have to eat at a buffet during the week or for breakfast. We could go down to the main dining room and order breakfast. Once I found that out, we were good.
Yeah, don't be afraid to put any study into it.
But yeah, it's a part of Royal Caribbean, so it's just a smaller ship, I think. So
Hopefully they have squeaky chairs.
We love the food on that ship, and they're right. You gain the weight because you're not used to eating like that.
Hopefully they'll have squeaky chairs when Skip goes live on the next cruise, and they'll have real squeaky chairs, and he can rock back and forth and have the chairs squeak for 2 hours, during the live stream.
If you don't have a itinerary where you're getting off the ship to go see this or go see that, then breakfast is waiting, lunch is waiting, dinner's waiting, so you eat more than what you should.
Maybe I didn't hear it, but it sounded like she's talking about like at port, right? When you go and then they don't go. I mean, you don't get off the ship. I don't know. Maybe she's talking about, sailing days, I guess. I don't know.
But that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
I mean, who wants to go on vacation and have to worry about a diet?
There's a lot of
Too
people.
much stock and all this stuff. Somebody's got us all brainwashed.
Yeah. Exactly. Said 86 and 82nd both have trader.
Oh boy. Yeah, there's not people that have medical diets or anything like that, Skip. Nah.
And Starbucks closed during COVID. Huh. If it didn't open back up, that's odd.
Well, Starbucks, if you watch their history, I had stock with them for a long while. I don't anymore. They close on an average of something like 300 and some stores a year, every year, but they reopen 300 some.
Well, one thing with Skip, maybe they heard his newscast and they won't allow him to have their stock anymore.
Stores at different locations every year. So it's just part of their cycle, man.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, and Jerry says Skip will eat all the lobster tails on the ship.
I will.
He embarrassed himself last time and quit.
Yeah.
So yeah, he would.
Well, it was getting embarrassing because we were sitting at a table with like 10 or 12 other people, and nobody wanted to leave until everybody was done, and I'm still eating. And they're all looking at me going, would you like another one?
Well, and you don't eat like that anymore.
Well,
yeah, because
I could.
I know you could, but you don't. And
he could, but he lives in Florida. And see, in Florida, the food sucks. And especially in the village area, the villages, that's what he says. So he would eat a lot, but, the fruits and vegetables, they all suck. They're black inside. They stink when you open them up. They're all rotten and stuff, and food just sucks. And he eats at Bob Evans.
And I said, so that's good. The other, for Thanksgiving, you only made one lobster tail, and there's two in
That's all
there.
you gave me. You know, you gave me two and asked if you wanted one. You said no.
No, but that's what I said. You can eat two of them.
I didn't want to feel like a pig.
Okay. Let me see. Restaurant says, I heard Celebrity only serves high-grade vegan food. So she should be fine with this new diet. Oh, don't tempt him. I laugh about it. Is that he says he's not on a diet. But like I said, the minute he eats too much and gains a pound, like he gets a little bit crazy. He's worse than any woman I ever seen. And just quits eating, period. It's scary. But yeah, the food on that ship, and I'm not a big meat eater, but everything that they had just was mouth-watering. I mean, just looking at it, and I think I did eat some prime rib, and I do love prime rib. I just don't eat it.
Okay, I'm not complaining, right? But so I went from the east coast of Florida over to Europe, went across the Atlantic. And after you're on the ship that long, I went to many restaurants because I had to change it up. I mean, the buffet's great, but I mean, after a while, it's the same thing every day. I mean, variety to me is better. So, I mean, the food was great, but yet it was the same thing every day. And I've been on many cruises, but I'm just saying it. If you're on there a long time, I mean, even that food, doesn't it become sort of, I don't know, you're, what is it, jaded towards it, but not even really jaded. I mean, it's like you seek something else.
Yeah, but I do think I ate some prime rib. I didn't go for seconds because everything I had filled me up, but still, it.
I missed that one. He said the food was great the whole time. And now, didn't he just say it was disgusting? There was some food that actually was disgusting. He had to throw something in there like that.
What if it was cooked just perfect, and it had rosemary and horseradish and just perfect. So
when you get food that's good, then you can compare it to like what we're getting here.
Oh,
Things will be.
I didn't mean to turn it off, but that's good enough right there. He's got a bash. Okay, so compared to good food, now listen to what he just said. He's saying that the food on the ship, and it's almost like downplaying the Indiana food, but okay, maybe I'm stretching it here, but I mean, that's what he's saying. But he's got to say that the food sucks in Florida. I've been here 21 years, and I know I go places and I seek food. Okay, I'm a food seeker. I don't have problems with food. Once in a while, when you try something new, you go somewhere new, and it might not be as good, but there's plenty of good food here. And this guy, he won't let go of it. He's eating at Bob Evans. I mean, Outback. Outback. Okay, Outback's good, right? I know people that cook steaks just like Outback at regular restaurants. You think, oh my God, how can Outback do this? I have a green egg. I can make something that tastes just like an Outback steak without hardly any effort. The green egg is a miracle cooker, let me tell you. Okay. I can cook something that tastes like Outback. It's not that difficult. This guy kills me on the food sucks here.
Problem. We're so used to having the best of the best when it comes to fruits and vegetables.
Oh,
when you come to
here we go. And when you come where, I don't know where he's going to say, you've had the best of the best in Indiana. Let me tell you something. I've been to Indiana many times. And okay, good stuff coming off the farm. I get it. But to say that the food sucks down here and that Indiana is the best, you got to have a screw loose, Mr. Skip. The best stuff, the best fruits and vegetables, because you just said it. When you're used to having the best of the best, and your wife's saying it's from Tennessee, and then you're saying it's from Indiana. Now, what is it? What gives? Skip, You're about ready to tell me that the best is from Indiana. What about we drew state lines? What about a little bit east, a little bit to the southeast, a little bit over to the west, somewhere else? Let's don't even count Florida, because obviously you hate Florida. Unbelievable. You sitting there telling me that Indiana has the best fruits and vegetables. That's what you just said. It could be possible. I doubt it. It's all opinion too, isn't it?
Down here, you notice a difference right away. It's just not the same.
Mm.
And even though some things you get might be tender and sweet, like say sweet corn, if you get lucky enough to get it, you still notice that the flavor ain't there like it is up there. Because up there, like Sue says, they grow it in real dirt.
No, Stan. Skip is a truck driver. His trade was a truck driver, right? Stuff can't get. I know a truck driver can only drive for so many hours. 3 days, something gets from California to here. 3 days or less from somewhere else to here, to Florida. 1 day, Georgia peaches, 1 day to get here. This stuff gets here. It's here. It's from other places, and it gets here. I don't. What's wrong with this guy? Unless you were getting all your stuff from like a local farmer who doesn't put stuff out into the grocery stores. The grocery stores are looking for consistency. And the grocery stores here are getting the same stuff from the same as all the other grocery stores. Not all the same, but pretty much okay. You get it. You know what I'm saying?
And down here is sand, and then they throw a lot of chemicals in there to get it to grow.
Yeah.
And there's a loss there.
But I said, it depends on where you're coming from. So, Janine Kelly.
Okay, again, and then he's comparing about tomatoes. We got Ruskin tomatoes. Ruskin tomatoes. I'm not saying they're the greatest thing, but they're good. You got to be kidding me. Don't. Your wife's buying stuff at the stupid markets of Marion, where people are getting free stuff that's being thrown out.
4271 says hi from Ocala, from Silver Springs. What's that, Janine?
Silver Springs,
Yep.
that's a national park now, right? They changed it to a national park?
I think so.
Correct.
It's a touristy thing. That's where we did all the Tarzan movies and stuff.
They didn't do all of them there, but okay. There was about 3 or 4 Johnny Weissmuller. They did this, I don't know, Moonraker, whatever. They did a lot of movies. Sequest there. Didn't do all the Tarzan movies there.
Years ago. And then I thought
Creature from the Black Lagoon.
For the longest time, probably during COVID. I thought the state took it over and made it a national park.
Yeah, is that the place with the glass bottom boats?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, great. I've not been there, Janine, but, eventually I'll get up there. Let's see.
That's a great place to go. But Skip won't go there because you can't get there, from your golf cart, from your home to Silver Springs to the glass bottom boats, which it's excellent. It's like a eighth wonder of the world type thing. I mean, there's other places that have it, but I mean, it's a must. You live here. It's a must, right? But Skip won't go there because you can't drive your golf cart there, and it's longer than a 4-minute drive. Yeah.
The largest
They have, most national parks have a campground. That's what I'm wondering.
They don't.
They have a campground up there.
I don't know, but I know there's probably one close if it's a.
Absolutely. It's in the middle of the national forest.
But, yeah. Lesha, she loves prime rib, and she does use a little horseradish on it. Yeah, that's the other thing I put horseradish on.
I think everybody eats prime rib using horseradish.
Everybody?
That's the thing. It's
With
like,
rosemary, and then they said you put horseradish on it. I think it's
why
that way.
horseradish? Why not
I don't know.
ketchup?
Somebody gave it to me once, and I really liked it. So I think Skippy made it once. Our son's a chef, and he makes stuff. But like I said, I think I had it at his house, and he used horseradish on it, and I really liked it that way.
I don't know. Yes.
Okay.
One thing I had a horseradish on. It's really not real horseradish either. It's Arby's beef sandwiches.
Oh my God. Arby's. The food sucks down in Florida. He didn't say he's eating Arby's in Florida, but I guarantee he's eating. There's one Arby's is on 441 here in the villages. And maybe he didn't frequent, but please tell me you're eating Arby's as well, right? Then you're gonna say that the food sucks in Florida, and pinpointing the villages. He's eating at Arby's. Arby's, oh, it's disgusting. Who would eat at Arby's? This guy's complaining about bad food, and Arby's. You only have to eat at Arby's a couple times to know that you really shouldn't be eating at Arby's.
They call it.
Yeah.
I like it. It's pretty good.
Well, and Janine Kelly says yes, it has a campground.
Gene Kelly. It doesn't have a campground. It does. Silver Springs does not have a campground. False information. It's basically connected to the Ocala National Forest, right? Or it is. Actually, it is, right? It is. Excuse me. There's plenty of camping right near there for RVs. Silver Springs does not have RV or camping or whatever you want to say. Doesn't have it. Who cares? Who cares? I'm trying to hit the button.
Yes, yes. Oh, Racer Girl says Nancy Lopez run out of turkey and both of their soups. It was a madhouse. People were leaving angry. Not the best first experience, unfortunately.
Nancy Lopez.
You know, the country clubs started doing that many years ago, where you couldn't order your Thanksgiving meal off the menu anymore, and they all went to this buffet thing. Here, it's overpriced.
Here you go, right here. So Skip, he's got a big voice, right? And it's okay. It's his right to go ahead and tell everybody. But he's if you live in the villages, he's getting ready to tell anybody that could possibly be listening to this. He's going to tell anybody that all the country clubs are open to the public. So anybody in Middleton, everybody in Middleton, please go to every country club and eat at those places, and then cause trouble, and hopefully the SWAT team will come and everything. Why would Skip tell everybody this?
I've been to a couple of them. They charge you like $34, or at that time $34 per person.
Now he's having trouble. He'll pay for good food, but $34 for food, and for pretty good food, right? No wonder food sucks in Florida, and in specifically the villages. Food sucks because he won't pay for it, yet he says he will pay for it. Right now he's complaining about $34.95 for a plate of food.
To go through the buffet line.
Who cares?
And they would tell you that.
So what?
You're entitled to go through once.
I go to Vegas, $99.
Either, so
No. We went with Skip and Sue. I know Skip and Sue. And
Skip and Sue here have an imaginary friend called Skip and Sue, because nobody will hang out with them because of Skip. So they invent this imaginary person, being facetious, because you got to keep stuff real here, right? But Skip and Sue, they got a friend. Skip and Sue have a friend named Skip and Sue. Maybe they're identical to each other, and then they have a guy that complains about everything and says that food sucks. But you could get good food, but you got to pay $34.95. Yet all any cost, just any cost. I mean, I'll pay for it. Yet not $34.95.
I can't think of the other guy's name.
And here's another thing with the buffet, right? You maybe $34.95 to a regular restaurant you go and you don't even think about it. But if it's a buffet and they only tell you can go through it once and it's $34.95, maybe it's $69.99. to get all you can eat, but it just irks people. But it also makes sense at the same time. It's a business. But he can't get good food. You know why he can't get good food? Because possibly his wife doesn't know how to pick out vegetables. And fruits. He probably doesn't eat them in the correct amount of time. They just sit there because he likes to eat ravioli out of the can. He thinks that's great food. Why does he say that food sucks in Florida when you can get ravioli at Publix out of the can?
The manufactured clothes. He was a clothes buyer or cloth buyer,
Oh.
materials buyer
Yeah.
in New Jersey, him and his wife. These are the same people we went on a cruise with that one time.
And they,
Anyway, we were all going to go up there to this Hacienda Country Club, which the developers tore it down. Now it's not even there anymore. And we were going to have dinner up there.
Up there.
I've never been there. We were fairly new here, so I've never been there. We'll go. So we went up there to it.
Oh, this ought to be good.
It was just overpriced crap. Really well.
Oh my God. I don't even know what he's going to say here. Like, I did hear this, but maybe 5 days ago, and I was doing something at the same time. But here we go. It's overpriced. He'll pay for any, it doesn't matter. He'll pay again. I'm just like a broken record. He'll pay for good food because the food down here sucks. I mean, I'll pay for it, but they just don't even have good food. Yet when it comes to paying for it, he doesn't want to pay for it. Now let's see how good the food was. He's probably going to say the food was no good. Now and then I understand about paying too much for it if the food's no good.
But he told me, he said, you're only going to have food there once. I said, what do I do? Because I can generally go back for seconds on the plate, on the main plate. He said, well, they don't tell you how many plates you have to have when you're walking through the line. So we all grabbed 3 or 4 plates apiece.
not all of us.
And we were filling each one of them up.
But that, Nancy Lopez is just, I think it's a Suleiman family now, and have taken it over. And I don't know if they've got their stuff down pat or not, because usually they're pretty good. But I don't know if they're used to this.
Let's skip be the decider of that.
So
Seems
that's just a shame.
Seems like when the original owner leaves, things go downhill. When Nancy Lopez, which I don't know who run the place actually, it's just got her name on it. But somebody run it. Whoever that person was that run it, for many years, everybody knew that Nancy Lopez had some of the best food around. Fridays, they had, I want to say, lobster tail dinners on every Friday. You got 2 lobster tails and whatever. And people just raved about it.
Oh, yeah.
And then like on, I don't know, Mondays, it was like steak night. And they had all these different steaks and people raved about it. And then now they sold it to Solomon people, whoever they are. And right away, there's a problem with.
Well, it has been good because I've been there since then, since they took over.
They did the same thing at Arnold Palmer's. When it was Arnold Palmer's, when we went there for Thanksgiving and when it was, you go there now, it ain't that way.
So she just cut him off and said that, it's still good there. He was planting the seed, and probably like a rotten one, a rotten seed from Florida, right? He was planting the seed that it's no good anymore because whoever was originally running it. And this guy, he's racist, okay? He's proven it many times on here, okay? He's proven it many times. He just did it right there. Wow, what a comment he just made right there. And then she says, no, actually, it's been pretty good. I've been there. Now he's got to come up. Now it's Arnold Palmer's. Okay. And then I don't know. Is he going to talk about Arnold Palmer inventing the Arnold Palmer? He said, hey, I'll take that one guy come in and he said, I'll take what he's having, which was Arnold Palmer. And Arnold Palmer ordered tea with lemonade in it, like 50-50 or something like that. And one guy goes, I'll take what he's having. And the guy goes, who? And the guy goes, Arnold Palmer. And that's how it became Arnold Palmer. Because one guy knew who he was and he wanted to drink what Arnold Palmer was drinking. And Arnold Palmer, just did his usual thing, out there, they're sweating, wanted an iced tea 50-50 with lemonade. And again, I'm saying it again. And the guy says to the waiter, he says, I'll have what he's having. And the waiter says, who? And the guy said, Arnold Palmer. So it became Arnold Palmer drink. All you golfers in the villages, me included, should know that story. But you know what? Arnold Palmer restaurant has shitty food because, I would imagine, because what's his name here? Skip's about ready to tell us.
You cannot order off the menu for your Christmas dinner or Thanksgiving dinner.
No, but all of them went to that. But that, that's not.
Just because they all went to it don't make it better.
Well, they found it better that way, or they wouldn't have.
I just think they do it that way because it's easier for them to maintain it. They don't have to come to the table and say, do you need anything else?
Yeah, that's true. Okay, but this generation girl that, especially for something special like that, it was an everyday thing. Yeah, it's bad, but for Thanksgiving dinner, that would be the pits, really. Right out of turkey and both of their soups.
Well, there is a thing.
Wah.
See, that wouldn't bother me all that much. I just look for something else to get.
Oh my God.
Back
Nothing bothers this guy, Skip. Nothing bothers. He doesn't complain about nothing. Oh, well, when he's doing the news, that's right. He said. Then yet he said, no, that's not what I said.
today, we went to Corner Cafes.
Uh-oh.
Downtown Anderson, State Theater, Corner Cafe. My mom worked there for a short while. And they had a big chalkboard up on a wall telling you, that's the menu, telling you this is what's available today. And at the bottom it says, until we run out. So if it was chicken and noodles that day, they made a big pot.
Yeah, perfect. That's how you get, I mean, if you think about it, it's the way it should be, right? I mean, then you're going to have good food, most likely consistency of good food. You're not having leftovers and whatever. I mean, many restaurants I know of that I frequent, it's like that, but that's high dollar stuff. Skip won't go to those restaurants.
Chicken noodles back there with whatever. And then if you went in there, say at 2 PM after the lunch specials are over, and say, I'd like to have some chicken noodles, let me go back and check and see if we still have any. Because that's just the way it was.
Yeah, scary.
What is scary?
Well, I mean, if it's sit all day, what do you think?
Back in the day, we didn't even have a health board back then. What are you talking about?
Razor says it in all the restaurants, in all seriousness, looking on the celebrity website, it says they have highly rated vegetarian and vegan food as well as food made from dead animals. Well, good.
What's the difference between vegetarian and vegan?
And I mean, dead animals. I mean, hopefully you're not eating an animal alive. I mean, and I'm being facetious, obviously, but I mean, dead animals. You can't just say animals. It's got to be dead animals.
You explained it to me once.
They're
One of them, you don't eat anything with a face.
both that way. Vegan means vegetables, right?
Well, like I said, there's some subtle. I mean, they're talking eggs too, and that's what I said. There's some subtle differences. I don't know. I said because I'm not vegan or vegetarian. That I said I know there's a little bit of a difference, but don't know what the difference is.
That's what I'm asking.
I don't know.
So
That's what she told me that like one of them, you just didn't eat anything with a.
It's right there. It's right there. I believe. Did I miss it? It's right there. He's a news guy. He's supposedly comprehends things, right? Didn't she just say one, is involving eggs and one isn't? Okay, there's your difference right there. There's a different name for it, right? But there's a difference. It was just said. And he's like, what difference? There's a difference there. But he can't comprehend the difference. I mean, I believe I'm right on this. I believe that's what was just said. And then that's what he's talking about. One, like eggs, right? Eggs, and one not eggs, but still like, vegetarian, right?
Face,
And milk, right?
which eggs were included. And that didn't make sense to me, and I love eggs, so. But I'll look it up.
I don't want to know.
Lubricate your chair.
The food and the service were outstanding. You could also order off the menu. That's good. That's good, Brad.
Well Glade is one of them places I've been to several times, but I don't recall ever having anything bad there.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Was this in Florida, Skip? Was this in Florida? Yeah, maybe you should frequent that place every day, and then you won't go around telling people how the food sucks in Florida.
Bill Grayson, I don't know who runs it now, but back then we stopped there many times and had a burger and a beer with the guys.
Yeah.
The only time we had a problem here once, if I remember right, we played.
You can't find a good burger. You can't find a good burger in Florida, he said early in this in this live stream here. Now he says he was getting good burger, but he doesn't go there. He doesn't know who's running it. He just stopped going there. You can't find a good burger in Florida. A burger's a burger. You can't find a good burger. I was going there. Now I don't know who's running it now. Oh yeah, I had one problem there. But you can't find good food in Florida, but he was finding good food, yet he doesn't frequent the place anymore. Fucking idiot. Excuse my language. Fucking dickhead.
Patriot lunch there. And I went and talked to the manager. There was a hurricane coming. And all the other places that we tried to get reservations for 30, 40 people said no because they didn't know about the hurricane, what was going to happen.
Hey, come on.
So I went there and they told me, yeah, we'll do it. We'll take the reservation. So I stopped over there and I went and talked to the manager. I said, hey, look, I got a reservation here on this, whatever date it was. And I said, I'm concerned about everybody showing up and you're going to be closed because of a hurricane coming through. He said, no, we're not going to close. He said, this place is built like Fort Knox. There's no reason to close. I said, well, what if people can't come to work? I said, that's what I'm concerned about. He said, no, he said, our staff will show up every day. We have no problem with that. You show up, we'll be here. Well, guess what? We showed up and there was nobody there.
And he said, his boss told him, shut it down. And
So if you put 2 and 2 together, I guess he never went to the place ever again. So he was getting great burgers there, or at least good burgers, he said. I think some beers, right? Him and his buddies and everything. But it was a good place. He said you can't find good burgers in Florida. He was having good burgers there, yet he doesn't know who's running it nowadays. Could be the same people. The burgers could be still identical, but he doesn't go there, yet you can't get a good burger in Florida. You can't get a good burger in Florida if you don't go to the establishment that has good burgers. It's simple math, Skip. It's ridiculous. Go ahead and tell everybody you can't get good food in the villages. You're the problem. You grumpy old man, you're the problem. And people look at you, you're racist too, as well. And people are looking at you. People look at you and they, hey, look, I mean, I'm basically I'm cut from the same cloth too. I'm not racist. Unbelievable. People looking at you and they're like, I'm going to live next to this thing? My God. Telling people you can't eat food down here. The food sucks down here. And then you're advertising who you are. And they're going to think that almost everybody down here. Okay, they know everybody can't be like you. But they're probably thinking the better majority are like you. You're racist.
no,
You write that quote down.
that was just it. If the hurricane had hit, we'd have understood that, but
Yeah. I don't remember what hurricane that was. You got to understand when they start predicting hurricanes there, nobody knows anything about this hurricane until it's there. Then they go, it's going to hit. And you're looking out the window going, no shit, because it's here. So they don't know anything.
Reed says, I was doing Skip, great to see you. Very nice to Skip to like Nancy Lopez. But, you know, for years we did. I mean, it was a premier place to eat.
We had a Patriot lunch up there. Ira Miller showed up that time, remember?
Yeah, that was after Suleiman took over.
No, this was years ago that we had that
Yeah.
Patriot lunch.
No, it was after they took over. Anyhow, but
I don't think so.
I know so. I made the reservation.
Okay, what day did we have that Patriot lunch up there? What year was it? What year was it? You don't know.
Okay.
You know, I'm starting to figure this out, right? Because I was busy when I was just mainly listening to this. And then right there, I think she might have been able to come up with the year on that. I mean, I'm just guessing. She has to like appease this guy. It's what it's looking like. And she probably can't even, she doesn't even want to make a guess because you know he's gonna say it's wrong. My God. This is the type of person. Listen to me, people. Everybody in the villages is not like this grumpy old bastard. And that's my opinion.
Mr. Girl says our reservation was for 7 p.m., so there wasn't any options that late. It was a weird Thanksgiving to me, and they had to be by ourselves. I'll bet.
Yeah,
That's
they
a
have
shame, you know.
Thanksgiving dinners here, Christmas dinners here, and it seems to me they start at a certain time.
Yeah, you have a reservation for this time and that time.
2 to 3 o'clock.
Yeah,
And there's really,
depending on when you call them, it's that.
And here, It is here. He's being factual, right? Here. And then they have Christmas dinners here, and they seem to be at a certain time. And he's basically pointing out that Indiana, this is my take on it, but Indiana will have Christmas dinner like, from open to close, right? So it's basically he's putting down Florida, but basically and pinpointing the villages and everything around here.
How early you can get in.
Yeah, then they have reservation like 3 to 4 o'clock, and then 4 to 5 o'clock, and it's a group seating kind of thing. And I don't know, I don't want to sound like I'm bitching. I don't care for that kind of service.
Ringo Lucas said vegan is food and vegetarian is where you take your sick dog. Okay.
So at least it makes sense.
Oh, and Denise said she likes your hanging balls
Hanging balls.
in the window.
What did you say?
She said she likes your hanging balls.
My hanging what?
Balls
Balls.
in the window. Great. Good going, Denise. Let's see. Kevin.
There we go. There you go. Taking it back sexual.
And,
According to the Facebook rules, you're not supposed to be doing sexual content, right? And it's actually the same as being verbally in a sexual manner. And yet Skip gets away with it. Skip, I know it's like I'm just being facetious as well, but I mean, right there, why does he has to keep bringing sex up too? I mean, Skip's just an old school guy, right? But why do old men got to be crotchety and grumpy and everything like that? And basically what it is, you miss where you come from. I understand that. I mean, I'm not from down here either. I don't sit there going around complaining about it. I'd move back to the state of New York if I had a big problem with it. Sounds like you're miserable. You should move back to Indiana, where everything's so great and the greatest vegetables and fruits are from.
let's see.
Yet, all the greatest fruits and vegetables are from Indiana. Yet you were trucking them in from California. Skip, listen to me, son. When you're a truck driver, you said it. You're hauling this stuff in from California. Yet you're saying that the best fruits and vegetables, what is it? You guys overeat all the fruits and vegetables? You don't know how to grow enough? I mean, what is it with the Indiana stuff? And why is your wife saying that everything's great from Tennessee and not even mentioning Indiana? And then you're trucking it in from California. What is it? Why would you truck stuff in from California when the greatest fruits and vegetables are from Indiana? Are you guys stupid in Indiana? Why would you truck stuff in from California? Oh, listen, Krusty Rusty, you should know the answer to that. You can't grow everything in there. Florida can't truck stuff in either. He's just crotchety. He's a grumpy old man. Move back to Indiana. You obviously miss it.
HSC says Skip may not have the comprehension to understand the difference between vegan and vegetarian.
I
So
probably don't.
don't even try. I've told him a million times that I
I
don't
don't
remember much
because,
of it.
Yeah, neither. I don't either. But now I just learned it again. I knew it at one time or whatever. But okay. But so what? There was a difference. She described the difference, and he goes, "What's the difference?" And she just described it. He's supposed to be a news guy. He's supposed to be, he comprehends things.
He says this is all whack job stuff. People can be brainwashed to believe anything they want, and I'm not one of them people.
Yeah.
I've been a meat eater since I was a kid. We lived on a farm. I can see where the cholesterol problem could be a problem. I'm not saying that, but you can keep an eye on that. But to say that you can't have meat at all, to me, your body has to have protein to live properly. And to tell me that I'm not allowed to have any kind of meat at all because it's just bad, I mean, it was an animal. I really don't care. It's just craziness to me.
Oh, Amanda Hood says we bought a fully cooked and smoked turkey from Sam's, warmed it in the oven, and enjoyed. Easiest day I've had in a while. I understand, Amanda.
No, or you just say we had a Thanksgiving. It's what
Now, did she get, where is this person calling in from doing the comment, right? Is she got, was it Sam's Club? She got a great turkey from Sam's Club. Now, that great turkey from Sam's Club, it must have been a Sam's Club outside of the state of Florida, because the Sam's Club inside of the state of Florida, according to not specifically said, but he did say it with the grocery store, Publix, okay? So we could transfer it over to Sam's Club. You can't get a good turkey in Sam's Club that is located in Florida. That's the same theory as the Publix grocery store that he was explaining earlier. So she obviously didn't get that turkey at a Sam's Club in Florida, because you can't get good food in Florida, says this idiot right here, Skip. And that's my opinion. And then my opinion would be I would hit the button right there.
bring it over. Here it is.
Yeah. Well, let's see. And it was delicious.
Okay, so I don't know, was he just saying right there that he grew up on a farm and he would have Bob's whoever come over and hand a turkey to him? Okay, that's great. There's a big difference there. Okay. You could get the same thing here. There's turkeys down here. There's chickens raised down here. Florida's a big state on raising chickens, turkeys. Okay. You could, if you live next to one of those, they can walk it over to you too, but you don't. You live in the villages, which is basically commercial building void. It's basically just homes. And it is difficult to get stuff because there's basically no commercial buildings.
Yeah, that's like I said, we didn't have company for Thanksgiving this year, so I just asked him what he wanted, and that's what he got. So I think actually I had milk and crackers because my stomach was bothering me. But yeah, the options that you have nowadays is so plentiful.
You don't have options in Florida. I hate to tell you, you need to ask your husband. Your husband's sitting right next to you. Ask your husband, Skip. You do not have a lot of options. Your options are limited to basically zilch because you live in Florida, and it's specifically in the villages. Your options are terrible. The fruits and vegetables are horrible, right? You can't find good food at all. And in his words, Skip Smith, the village's Skip Smith, as he calls himself, Skip Smith says the food here sucks. And then one time he specifically said Florida too, I believe. The food in Florida sucks. You do not have abundance of choices. I hate to tell you. Well, according to your husband, let's see what you got to say.
You don't have to cook it if you don't want to cook it. I've heard some people say that they've got these meals delivered that, there was very little on it, and some of them it was overcooked, and I've heard all the bad stuff. So, and I said, just like with the country clubs, normally there's not a problem, but every once in a while, you can't guarantee you're going to get your best help on Thanksgiving Day, for one.
Well, people like to have their day off.
Yeah.
I've always said that. I don't have no problem with that. I think Christmas Eve and Christmas Day are 2 days that all stores should be closed. Closed. And I can remember as a kid, my dad saying, I got to go fill the car up with gas and we're going to go up and see your sister this weekend, because if I don't get it now, we're not going to get it, because every gas station was closed.
Yeah, but now they don't even have to be open now, right? You see a gas station at night, especially like on big routes, right? And it looks like it's closed, but the pumps are still on. The store's closed inside, right? So gas pumps, a lot of time gas pumps are still on when the store's closed. People don't even need to be there, Skip. I just thought I'd throw that in.
Well, I can remember every holiday. My mom never had film for her camera. So
Forgot to go get it.
yeah, either that or somebody forget the Pepsi or something. So we always went to the wasn't Handy Andy. What did they call it?
We went to Hooks to get our film.
Well, no, I mean on Thanksgiving Day. There's only one place open. It was
There's no place open.
yeah, it's a place at Marsh Pantry.
Village Pantry?
Yeah, Village Pantry. We'd always go to Village Pantry and either get Pepsis or film for the camera or batteries, that kind of thing. Because they were the only thing open.
Here we go.
Village Pantry was also known to be the most expensive place around to buy milk.
They always were, yeah. So,
And everybody else was 50 cents a gallon.
But listen, if they got the greatest milk there, and he's talking about Indiana too. Something's expensive in Indiana. Something is actually not good in Indiana because it's expensive. But they're open. It's like convenience. They're open at times when other people aren't open. Maybe therefore that's why maybe the expense comes into play there. You might have to pay somebody a little bit extra money or whatever. No matter. Listen, Skip. I can't believe you said something bad about Indiana. There you go. But don't be afraid to throw it out about Florida.
Village Pantry was $1.50.
but that's when you're the only game in town, you charge what you want. So, Denise Kelch, my cousin, is a well-known doctor. He advocates for carnivore diets: meat, eggs, bacon, butter, fat. He swears by it. Dr. Robert Kelch. Wow.
Well, if your body's working correctly and you don't have a problem with liver function, kidney function, stuff like that, I'm saying you can't eat meat 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But to say to cut it totally out of your diet, that's ridiculous to me.
That's not what you were saying before. You didn't put all that stuff in there. Before it was about diet. You said you and then I mentioned people have like medical diets. Okay. But that's you didn't explain any of that before. Now you're explaining that. This guy, he rocks. He finds out that what he's saying sounds ridiculous and he changes it. That's what it is. It's happened many times in here.
Oh, Michael Donahue says, Skip, my mom loves you.
I love your mom back.
Yeah, tell her it's an acquired taste, trust me.
Oh yeah.
Somewhere in the sentence,
She knows.
It's nice to make it easy too. Oh yeah.
I don't love to cook. And truthfully, I don't think Sue does either. My mom didn't either. She did her whole life. And then one day she said when Dad retired, she said,
Okay, there you go. That could be the problem right there. I said if there's no good restaurants, there's grocery stores, and go ahead and cook. But I guess both of them don't like to cook. That's a problem. And then when you're eating at Bob Evans all the time, when you get sick of Bob Evans all the time, even like Outback Steak, like what I said when I went on the cruise, I mean, after a while, it's the same food again. You kind of want to seek something different. I guarantee you they're eating 7 days a week out, and they're eating at 4 different restaurants. One of them's Bob Evans. So every like 4th, 5th day, you're going to Bob Evans. No wonder the food sucks.
when he retired, I retired.
Both of them don't like to cook. And then she's buying all this stuff. Now, I understand you can eat raw vegetables, right? Like watermelon, right? Fruits and stuff. Then they're talking about cooking them, but they don't like to cook. If you don't like to cook, there's a good chance that you're not good at it. And then you're buying all this stuff, and it's just rotting. That's probably where the rotting fruits and vegetables is coming from.
I'm not cooking anymore. I don't think. Well, she did once in a while when Dad would want something that Mom knew how to cook, like chicken noodles. Nobody knew how to make.
And if they're not cooking, why are they even going grocery shopping? I mean, the problem lies all within your household. That's what it is, and with your brain. You don't want to drive to go anywhere to get it.
Make chicken noodles with my mom.
And his oyster stew.
And oyster stew, which I didn't really care for anyway, but Dad loved it.
My dad did too. He ate oyster stew every Christmas. He wanted oyster stew. I don't know why. It might have been from something they had in the service.
I don't know. All I know is Mom made it for him because Dad couldn't make it.
Yeah. Let's see. Rester says HHC said she will take the place of Skip on the cruise so you can have some peace for that week.
Oh yeah, she needs it.
Don't tempt me.
Oh boy, she knows it. This guy.
What are you talking about? I didn't even want to go on this cruise. Everybody knows that.
Oh, here we go. She's gonna have a great time on this cruise. I'll tell you that. The guy doesn't even want to be on it. Pretty sure he doesn't want to even want to be in Florida. I think she does, and he doesn't. Listen, again, I have a certain thing. I deal with a lot of people from the villages. I'm 21 years in the villages, right? I deal with a lot of people in the villages, and a better majority of the people, one really wants to be there and one doesn't. The couples in a household. I got the feeling he doesn't want to be here, and she does. That's just my guess.
I told her, I said, I just gonna let Judy go take my place and you and Judy go have fun. I'll just stay here at the house. But I'm not allowed to.
Oh,
Somebody's got to babysit Buddy.
Electric pharmacy used to be the only thing open on holidays. Yeah, and that's where I said the village pantry was ours. It was a kind of a subsidiary of Marsh Grocery, and they were open every holiday. And you can go in and get your gas and bread,
Film.
milk, that kind of thing. It was your last minute thing because they were the only ones open. Amanda Hood says we do keto and carnivore diet. And, everybody has their own thing.
What diet?
Keto and carnivore diet.
Keto. Scooter the DJ. I had him on my show once.
Yeah, you call that a show? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know anything about it. I mean, I do know about his news and everything, but maybe he's got something called a show. Usually don't call like news stuff a show, but okay, it's a show, but also don't know what he's talking about here. But now I forgot. Listen, anybody want to come on? Anybody want to come on? It's an open panel. Even though we're talking about Skip, we can talk about anything, hopefully, village related, senior citizen related, something like that. Got the link right here. It's through StreamYard. You can check it out. Don't get any of your information. It's through StreamYard. You come on. You don't have to turn the camera on. Come on and discuss this or discuss anything.
And he's got a YouTube channel. His name is Michael something. Can't remember his last name.
That's a good promotion.
That's the name of his YouTube channel, Michael
Something.
He probably put in my description box down there. Anyway, he has a keto diet, and he advertises it on his YouTube channel and talks about it and this and that. So if you're interested, I would suggest go to Scooter the DJ's YouTube channel, Michael something.
I don't remember.
Let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
Let's ask Michael the DJ if he's satisfied with food in Florida and then specifically the villages. Why does this thing keep popping up?
My daughter is working here for a U.S.-based company. She gets all U.S. paid holidays and all Costa Rican paid holidays off, like 22 days per year. We celebrated by going to our favorite barbecue joint. Oh, and Rachel, you think Buddy would be fun to babysit? Yeah, he's a little bit peculiar. Let's see. Yeah, Amanda said, I'll check that out. Thank you, Skip.
Now they're gonna talk about pizza again coming up because she's way behind on the comments, which I'm not faulting on that, right? She's way behind on the comments, so everything commented before about pizza, people are gonna start coming up. She's gonna start reading stuff about pizza, and pizza's gonna come back up about how great pizza was in Indiana. Who ever heard of great pizza from Indiana? Like where are people writing cookbooks about and talking and making documentaries about pizza from Indiana? And then she's going to say pizza from Tennessee. Watch it. It's coming up. Also, there's going to be a comment from Krusty Rusty, too. I think 2 of them. I don't know if she reads. I know she reads one of them from the Village's open panel. And it just slides right by them. Let's see.
Miller.
Yeah.
That's his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miller's a tough name to try to remember.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. Yeah, he was taking.
Listen to that squeaky chair.
But anyhow, it worked.
What worked?
I said his keto diet.
Oh, for Scooter?
Because he was talking about, how
Yeah.
he did it. Yeah.
Yeah, he lost a bunch of weight on it. I don't know anything about the diet. I'm not interested in the diet, but he sponsors it, or they sponsor him. I'm not sure how it all works out, but he does videos, or did some videos on the diet. And you can also, make comments on there if you had questions. These noises I keep hearing.
I don't know. Somebody must be plowing or something up there. And I can't see
I think it's your chair.
on the other side of that house. Yeah.
There's no problem with the squeaky chair, though.
Michael Miller. That's his real name.
Michael Miller.
Yeah, we know him as Scooter the DJ, but Gringo Loco wants to know if there's any decent Chinese food in the villages.
No, I guarantee you no.
First place I've ever lived in my life with a
Oh, here we go. Right back. This is like bashing. You're stupid. You're telling everybody how stupid you are. You didn't put in your study. You didn't put in, you gotta find out if, a place, before you move to a place, you check it out, right? In the food, none of you cook, right? Both of you hate to cook. If you're going to move to a place called the Villages from Indiana in the state of Florida, what do you got, about 1,000 miles there? 950 miles? I don't know. I'm just guessing, right? 900 to 1,000 miles probably. You're going to move that far away. Different climate too. But anyways, you're going to move, which probably is good, but then could be too hot or whatever, right? But you're going to move that far away and you don't cook. You go out to restaurants all the time. You don't check it out, scout around, and get some information and find out if there's good food or not. Oh, we just didn't think about it, I guess. He's the big news guy. Being a news person would tell you that you need to get information. It's knowledge, right? You find out stuff. If you move somewhere, they're talking about Alaska. Their kid, one of their kids, and can't get deliveries and stuff in Alaska. Okay, it's a different lifestyle. You got to find, if you're going to move to a different place, there's different lifestyles. You have to understand. So my point is it makes you look stupid that you move to a place that doesn't have restaurants. Most of restaurants, there's restaurants everywhere, but listen to me. It's on the coastal areas where the people live in Florida. Only Orlando took off because of Walt Disney World and then the rest that came after. The Villages is the only thing in the middle of the state. It's in the middle of nowhere, basically. It doesn't look like nowhere now. But they won't build enough commercial buildings either. It's just like mainly homes. But you sound stupid. You move to a place, you don't cook, and you move to a place that has nothing but basically the majority is chain restaurants. There are other restaurants, but he won't pay for them. I said it a million times. This guy irks me.
Chinese delivery. None. Zero.
Yeah, that's true. They don't have delivery here.
Listen, he's a news guy. Keep up with the news. Here's what's happened, right? Because of Uber and everything like that. I know a couple guys that own pizza places, and they hate the pizza in Florida. But you can't get a delivery driver anymore. Nobody wants to just sit there and wait to, a pizza, and then you only get a certain amount of hours of driving time when you work for a pizza place as their driver. They can't get anybody to drive anymore. The pizza delivery guy is basically gone, especially for like a mom and pop place. So you got Uber and all that. He won't pay for it. These Chinese places are delivering food. This guy's an idiot. I don't even have to fact check that. I guarantee you. You call Uber Eats, you're going to get food delivered to you, and it's going to be Chinese food right to his doorstep. Guy's an idiot. He's your news guy. People are going to look at him and they're going to go, man, everybody in the villages is an idiot like this guy? Fuck. God damn it.
Because most of them are owned by the same people. But they do have a couple good ones here. I like
So,
in Spanish Springs. The one in Colony is a little bit different. So I like the one in Spanish Springs. And then they have the VKI in Lake Sumter, which is pretty good. I don't know how they even get any business other than people just downtown walks by it. You never see them advertise or anything. And then
never see him advertise. Basically, I mean, if you're on the internet now, you're on the internet. Advertise.
the new one that opened in Lake Eaton Plaza. It's called Kumo. And it's not a fancy joint. It's it's like going into a Burger King.
Is that the one that used to be up in Spanish Springs?
No, this is over in Lake Eaton.
What was that place called over at Spanish Springs? I really liked it. I think that was one of the best Oriental restaurants around, but it was very small.
Sakura.
Oriental restaurant. Now, a rug, objects are Oriental. You have an Oriental rug. You have an Oriental this or that. Now, depending on where he's placing this Oriental, he needs to be careful with that. And just like she said, these people, they're owned by all the same people. And then she goes and names about 8 others. I don't know if she was giving up after the first 2 or 3 or 4, talking about maybe, some other people own them. But you got to watch out when you're sitting there saying that all these people, they're all owned by the same people. It could be possible. It sounds a little bit, you got it.
No. Spanish Springs.
Sakura.
In that shopping center over there. You sure?
I'm sure. Everybody calls it Sakura.
I could have swore it's called something else, and they moved to Southern Trade Shopping Plaza, and then somebody else took it over.
No. That was no.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about that one.
that's what I'm talking about.
Well, I don't remember what the name of that was, but it's not there anymore.
I know it's not there anymore. They moved. Jose told me they moved over here, and it's called something else now.
Yeah. And we've not tried it since
Not since they moved, but it's the same people, so it wouldn't be no different.
Yeah.
Best Oriental food I've ever had.
I like the Sakura because of the tables. I really like the cooking in front of it. That's great for guests when you have company. We took the granddaughter and her new husband there, and he'd never been to a place like that before.
Right? He's talking about what I'm talking about.
Well, I know. That's what I was talking about.
That ain't what I was talking about. Talking about on the other side of Spanish.
I know what you're talking about, and
What was the name of that
that's,
place?
I don't
You
remember.
don't know?
Koyami.
Toriyami, I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They moved over to Southern Trade Shopping Plaza over here. I don't know if it's the same name or not. Jose was telling me this.
Yeah.
Best Oriental food I've ever had.
But they still have the name.
Toriyami,
Yeah.
in Spanish Springs.
Yeah, it's not the same people, but
Not
they
the same.
still have the
They
same
kept
name.
the name.
Yeah, they kept the name.
So maybe the one
It's
at
got a
Southern
different
Trade
name.
has a different name now.
Yeah, I think it's Master Flip or something like that. I don't know. I haven't been there since.
What's a dumb name?
Well,
Master.
That's a dumb name. Okay, here you go again. Here's another example. This Oriental food, this place he's talking about, it's great food. I believe he said good food. It's good food. Yet he doesn't keep up with it. He doesn't know it's this, it moved or whatever. So what, it moved, right? How did he come out of frequenting the place? There's 2 places Okay. And there's probably going to be more that there's good food. He just doesn't go to them because it's too expensive for him or something. It's got to be. He says there's no good food here, yet he's telling about these different places that have good food. Now, what is it, Skip? The problem lies within him. There's a problem.
Someone says, is it true that PF Chang's was going into Brownwood before COVID? Anyone know if it's true or a rumor?
That's an old rumor that happened 2, 3, and 4 years ago. It's going to go in that one building that has now been taken over by the people that's got Bluefin. Who are they?
That's FMK.
FMK took it across the street called
That's
Harvest Health or something.
Harvest.
Something like that. That building was empty for the longest time, which is really weird because it was a great building, great location, and nobody went in there. Probably called it rent. And then the rumor went around, somebody started it, don't know who started it, about PF Chang's was going to go in. And I think maybe they were in talks with that. But then it came out as a report that PF Chang's announced that they were not going to go in there. Now, I don't know if that's because it's a bullshit rumor or what.
Then they didn't think there was enough parking.
Parking. Anyway, they decided not to go in there. And that's been years ago. So they're not going to go in down there nowhere. If they do put up a PF Chang's there, which I like PF Chang's, I'm guessing it's like Olive Garden. It'd have to be outside the villages, like in the middle of a parking lot somewhere, and they'll build a store to suit themselves.
Well, and I know I like Bonefish.
I like
But
Bonefish.
it's
Okay, Bonefish, I happen to know the guy that started it, and he died or whatever. But okay, so I guess did he just say he likes Bonefish, but he likes this other place. But anyways, I'm forgetting right now. But he's talking about a chain. But Bonefish, it's a small chain, right? Well, I guess God, no, that's right. I've seen it just out there in California now too. All right, never mind. But anyways, that's another restaurant. Even though I don't, Bonefish, okay, it's great and everything, but I don't know. I just don't do the chains, but I like it. It's very good. But who cares about me, right? But he likes it. But you can't get good food in Florida. So there's like the third or the fourth restaurant. I guarantee if we keep talking, there's going to be 7. But he won't go to them. So, but you can't get good food in Florida. But yet he's naming places that he likes to eat at. Idiot.
It's one of those things that you don't go every day.
No, you don't go every day. Pretty nice. We took my real estate guy there when we bought a house, and actually, no, he took us there. He bought dinner.
Red Shay says he loves Sakura and Bamboo Bistro in the Target Shopping Center near the
Sakura. I thought Linda told us it was Sakura.
No, everybody calls it Sakura. She says it's Sakura.
Okay.
And she would know. I've never been to the Bamboo Bistro. I've heard people talk about it, and they say it's really good, but I've not been there. It's over by Target.
It's over by Target. And you know why they won't go there? Because he's got to stick with his thing. Hey, everybody says it's great. But of course, if it's no good food, like that's how it could be no good food, right? Skip could go there and just say he doesn't like it. So then therefore there's no good food. But he won't even try it. He won't go there. There's another restaurant that's possibly a good one. But he won't go there. She said she hasn't been there. So therefore he's probably hasn't been there. But he can't find good food. There's a bunch of people telling her that place is good. They won't go there.
In the Target Shop Center.
What?
Let's see what he says.
Bistro. Never been there.
What's a bistro?
Oh my God.
It's a small restaurant.
What's a bistro? See, now this guy, yeah, he's only been on one cruise. But also, who cares? But I've been around the world, right? I go around the world. What's wrong with this guy? And I mean, don't you have it in big cities too? I mean, Indianapolis should have some bistros too, right? I mean, oh man, this guy's something.
Sure.
A bistro means something.
Small restaurant.
No. Bistro means something. To me, it sounds like, bistro sounds like a lot of meat.
Yeah. Yeah, and that,
He's gonna look it up.
Going around before COVID,
Yeah.
PF Chang's was going to, but they said a lot of them, they said Olive Garden, they said PF Chang's, they had a whole list of places because people were guessing. You know, they knew it was a good location, they knew it was a beautiful building, and they were just guessing that they were going to get one of those in there. And, you know, I'm surprised, you know, they still have a Ruby Tuesdays in Spanish Springs, but I don't know if they have them anywhere else.
Ruby Tuesday is one of them places that over the years they've changed so much that either you like it or you don't.
Yeah.
I'm saying the overall voting when it comes to people going to Ruby Tuesdays up there Spanish Springs,
Mhm.
I expect Ruby Tuesdays to announce they're closing their doors anytime
Yeah.
because they,
But they do good business there.
I don't think they do it all. Every time I go in there, it's 90% empty.
You don't go at dinner time. This is a herd animal mentality here. Everybody, you know,
I did not say that.
well, they eat breakfast at a certain time, they eat lunch at a certain time, they eat dinner at a certain time. You go out here on the street 5 o'clock. As much traffic as here.
You
You
know,
go out there at 5 o'clock.
popular belief this the working world does not live by the 9 to 5 mentality.
I'm telling you, you go out on Hillsborough Trail 5 o'clock and see how much traffic's out there.
I'm telling you, you go out there on the highway at 3 o'clock in the morning and see who's on it. They ain't 9 to 5ers. Truck stops back in were open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they still are today.
Yeah.
They don't serve hamburgers at 9 to 5.
Yeah. Anyhow.
Anywho,
Yeah, Brad, I'm a big fan of Sakura, but the one in Spanish Springs, the one in Colony, does not have the tables.
didn't we take
Were they-
Gomer up there?
We did.
That's Sakura?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the name of that place.
I like
I
that.
know he's never been to anything like that coming from where he come from.
Okay, I got a question with this one, right? He's taking Gomar or whatever his name is. Didn't we take Gomar up there? If the food is no good, if there's no good food in Florida, maybe you're taking them to a place that you know that the food sucks. Maybe because you have no choice, right? But you're taking Gomar up there. I haven't heard you say that the food is good or not. But why would you take a friend to a restaurant that is no good? But I guess if you don't have any choice, then that's it. But that could be it. But I mean, think about that one for a minute.
And I was watching while we were in there, and he was like a kid in the candy store, man. He had no idea.
He was really liking
He'd
it.
never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
Now, it's
And
hard to
when
believe.
when they lit everything on fire, they made the volcano and then they lit everything on fire.
He loved it.
He loved it.
Okay, I know what he's talking about now. Is it something like the Japanese steakhouse? It's called whatever like that. It's another chain, and it's cheesy. And the food to me it's okay or whatever, but I mean it's more of like an experience. But okay, okay, but he hasn't said that the food's good or anything. But
I'm looking at it like West Stomp.
Yeah. Okay, restaurant says Oxford Dictionary says bistro means a small, relatively simple restaurant, especially one offering French or French style food.
French.
Okay.
What's French? What's French food?
it's some good food, but you don't know anything.
What is French food?
This guy's an idiot, and that's my opinion. This guy is a total idiot. I know he's joking around a little bit right here, but still, he doesn't know what French food is. And why don't you frequent, one of those restaurants? But he won't. He won't pay for it. It comes with a cost. French food.
I don't know. Someone says thanks all input on Asian choices. Just need one that prepares with gluten-free soy sauce instead of soy sauce.
There we are again with all this American made-up crap, gluten-free.
Do you know what that is?
Don't even care.
You don't have it.
All of us live.
Accidentally shut it off. Here we go again. We got the old crotchety old man Skip here. You can't see it, but he's got his arms up in the air. gluten free. He doesn't care anything about that. I mean, neither do I. But I mean, but I know it's needed, right? It's needed, right? I forgot what I was gonna say.
Beyond the name of gluten. Before they invented that word.
I said, you don't have a problem, or you know.
What is gluten?
It's the stuff that holds your corn together.
My corn? Holds my corn together.
Yeah.
That don't even make sense. My corn grows on a stalk.
Have you ever had wheat? Yeah, wheat. There's certain things that is
I had wheat checks.
wheat checks. Can eat wheat checks if you got a gluten problem. Like with Emmy,
Well, that doesn't answer my question. What is gluten?
it's a product in wheat.
I think you tell me it's a product of something. And what is it?
Well, I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know if it's
These are the same people like.
I mean, trust me, I don't know either. But there's a reason that there is a word. I believe that. Okay.
Protest up and down the roads about everything, and then when you ask them questions like, "Well, what are we protesting?" They don't know. They
Yeah.
just make stuff up.
I said, if you've got a gluten problem, you know what it is. I don't have. You don't have.
How do you know I don't?
We don't. But there's another thing too about Skip here. I guarantee you, inside the newspaper in the villages there, I guarantee you that there's been articles about gluten free and everything, but he chooses not to read it because he's not interested in it. It's his show or whatever. I get it. But when you advertise as a news guy, I mean, most people would expect, yeah, I guess you got like 2020 and 60 minutes and all that stuff. It's kind of like specialized, but I mean, he should know about this stuff. I don't know about it, but it's real, isn't it?
Maybe that's what they're saying. Then maybe I have a gluten problem.
Oh, it could be. Wouldn't that be fun?
Well, so far it hasn't been real fun.
Oh my goodness. Brad Shake said the Japanese steakhouse in Lake Sumter Landing has the tables, but not as good as Sakura. No, I don't think so either. And I said they're good, but they're not quite as good. And I said the Sakura in Colony Plaza don't have the tables. And so, their food is
Wait a
good,
minute.
but you can't.
They don't have tables.
The things that you cook on.
Oh,
The teppanyaki or whatever it is. Yeah, they
I
don't
like
have
it better when they cook right there.
That's why the one in Colony doesn't have that.
I don't know why I like it better, but I just like it better.
Okay.
Because it's a show.
Deal we ever had on that style of cooking, that Japanese, I guess it's Japanese style of cooking, where they have I guess it's a hibachi grill or whatever that's called. We were in Orlando years ago. We had Jesse, our granddaughter, with us, and we're driving down. I can't remember the name of that road. It's a touristy road. A lot of hotels, a lot of restaurants.
Orange Blossom.
Whatever it is. And there was a guy that had in the shopping center, like a big white blanket hanging on the wall, and it said something about lunch specials. I forget. It was $4.99, something like that. This was back in the day. So I told Sue, I said, "Hey, there's a new Japanese restaurant. Let's go in there and check them out for $5. We can't go wrong, right?" So we go in. Jesse's only like 5 years old, so she's never seen anything like this. So we go in and we sit down at this table, and they come around and they gave us menus. And I'm looking at the menu, and I'm telling Sue, I said, "This looks like a dinner menu. This don't look any like no $5 special thing here." So I'm looking for the specials. So when the lady came over, now they don't speak a lot of English either, but they do okay. I said, "What's the $5 special?" Or whatever it was. It might have been $9.99. I don't know. And then she just says on the menu, she just points at the menu. It goes like this. So everything on here is like $9.99? Yes. So what the hell? we had this lunch that was just fabulous. They just offer a regular menu.
Yeah.
He's back in the day. Of course, it was a long time ago. Back in the day, he had a fabulous meal in Florida, in Orlando. It's too bad. Days gone by, ladies and gentlemen.
someone says it's okay if you don't have an allergy. Yes, that's right. He doesn't, so he doesn't know anything about it. And as far as the French bistro, cook them in beef bourguignon and French onion soup. That's what you find out. That's what you get at a French bistro.
Well, I have to have something else then because I ain't eating onion soup.
Well, and gluten free, wheat and gluten is what it causes celiac disease.
Causes what?
Celiac disease.
Say it again.
Yeah.
What is it?
Let me see. Celiac.
Celiac.
Celiac. Put the earphones in every once in a while.
I don't need to hear what you have to say. But
really? Okay, then quit asking. But Larson, people with celiac disease cannot have gluten. There is a young lady who goes to my church who has had celiac disease for at least 10 years. Yeah, and I know a lot of people that have it. The lady across the street has it. So she has to be careful about what she eats.
Maybe because she was mild.
Skip's neighbor has it. Skip is it what's the word? Indifferent? Skip doesn't care about his neighbors. Skip has probably heard that his neighbor has this. And according to her, right? We don't know if it's true or not. So according to her, the neighbor across the street has it. And I'm sure that, the gluten came up, but he doesn't want to hear it because he's one of those guys. He doesn't. I can understand maybe not want to dive into it, but he should know a little bit about it and know that it's real when the lady across the street's having a hard time with it. I mean, I don't know what it is either, but if my neighbor had it, I'm pretty sure. I don't know everything about my neighbors and stuff that I do know about them, whatever. But if one of them had gluten, I think I would know, like a problem with it. I think I would know a little bit about it. I would think. I don't know. But anyways, obviously he doesn't really care about his neighbors. I mean, that's my opinion.
We call her as a baby by her mother.
Oh, that's what's wrong with your belly?
All I know is, as a kid, we went outside and played all day. Went out. We rolled around in the grass. Nobody had grass allergy.
Okay, and then when you were a kid, people your age whittled. What else did they do as an old man? What did an old man do back then? I don't know. You put ships in a bottle, but no, you're playing around with the internet. I mean, things change. Okay, all the old people when you were young were not sitting on the internet. I know it sounds funny because it wasn't invented, but if you get things change, Skip. That's all I got to say about that. You're an idiot.
We ate anything. We dropped it on the ground. We just pick it up and eat it. It was no big deal.
Oh, he would eat anything when he was a kid, but now there's no good food in Florida. The food in Florida sucks, and he put it just like that, sucks. But he would when he was a kid he would eat anything, but Florida has no good food. Let me tell you.
It was on the ground. It's got if it had gravel in it, we picked it out and we ate it. Today, you must.
Today it's too old, or it's mushy, or you throw everything out.
Oh my gosh, he just said it. Oh my god. I didn't know that was on there. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So don't tell me.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You build up a how do you put it? You build up a community by doing all these things that today we drink water out of a garden hose. Today they say, oh no, you can't do that because you might get a disease.
I know you need to feed somebody with a peanut allergy, peanut butter.
I mean, things do change, Skip. And the other thing is too, you might not believe this, but the world's getting smarter as it goes along, you big idiot. Okay. And then there's also a thing called old pipelines, right? These pipelines were put in, a lot of them in Florida in 1950. Okay. They're old rotten metal steel pipes. Oh no, they've changed them all out. All of them aren't changed out. Trust me on that. Okay. But drinking water. Oh, that's a long conversation here. Long conversation about how pure and clean the water is versus, say, spring water that you buy in a gallon jug. Oh my God. I don't even, that's a whole new one right there. What an idiot this guy is. I hope he's just joking around with this.
Because there's really no such thing as a peanut allergy.
Oh my God.
Oh, people just make this stuff up.
Oh my God. I mean, to me, I thought the same thing. I can't even open up peanuts on a plane. It's that bad, but it is. I actually know somebody that you should see the look on their face. It's like they're going to die. It's like they're going to die. Peanuts are real. This guy's an idiot. I don't care if he's joking or not. This is like total idiot right here. And I don't think he is. I think he just thinks the whole world went sissy. In a lot of cases, the world went smarter.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Captain Jacobson says, when I was in France, they had some form of eggs on every meal. So eggs are French food to me.
I like eggs. There's a certain way, though. I had them at a restaurant somewhere. I can't remember where I got an
And I guarantee it wasn't in Florida.
omelet. I'm really not an omelet guy, but this one particular omelet they had sounded different. I forget what it was. But anyway, when they brought me the omelet, the first thing I noticed about the omelet, this was not just a regular egg. It was stuffed up like a pancake, whatever that is.
You put pancake batter in it.
God, it was good. I liked it a lot.
Kevin says his sister has celiac disease. So I know a lot of people do, and
Just tell her to go to the doctor and get a shot.
in the last few years, they actually have a lot of stuff in the grocery stores now for gluten free. Didn't used to, you couldn't find it. You had to be on your own, watch not eat anything with flour and all this kind of stuff. But now they've got a lot of stuff that's gluten free now. So fortunately, gluten is a protein found in certain grains such as wheat, barley, and rye. Okay.
Speaking of gluten free, we got a meet and greet tomorrow at 1:00 at my favorite gluten free restaurant.
Well, you can't find good food in Florida, but old Skippy here has a favorite restaurant. It's a gluten-free restaurant here. It's a meet and greet. Who would want to meet this guy? Maybe to knock some sense into him and tell him to stop telling people that there's no good food in Florida, and basically pinpointing again the villages. Me as a homeowner, this guy, it's so minute, okay, but still, he is turning people away. He thinks he's for the villages, telling everybody about SWAT teams all the time. Yeah, you got to tell the news. Understood.
Okay.
Gators,
Oh, okay.
beer in the wing.
Okay, there's another one.
Gluten is the stuff.
So I brought it up earlier because today he brought somebody to Gators. It's on another video. But right there, now there's about I think it's the fourth restaurant, if not the fifth restaurant, that he says he can get good food at. Don't you only need about 7? Especially, I mean, because they don't cook, supposedly, or they both don't like to cook. Yet they're going out buying groceries for some reason. I guess not liking to cook and not cooking could be two different things, too. I understand that. But this guy right here, he likes Gators. There's no good food in Florida. He's named 4 restaurants. If we keep going, I mean, the video is getting, closer towards the end. But if we keep going here, we might be able to name 30 good restaurants. But the thing is, he can't find good food, or he won't go get the good food because it costs money. Sitting there naming good places he likes to eat, and you can't find good food here.
And wheat that puts the lead in your ass. Oh, God.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, Villages Open Panel says the man that never complains.
That's me.
Yep. Someone that says that Skippy just lucky. Some people either have allergy or just sensitive or become sensitive or have celiac disease. This is why we have food labels, Skip.
You have food labels because you guys kept whining about something, and then all of a sudden Pepsi and the rest of them comes out with shit like, decaffeinated Coke.
Yeah.
What a joke that is. Decaffeinated coffee. What
Jackie
joke
Van
that
Arden
is?
said, my daughter's gluten free and got very sick and had to be hospitalized. Yeah, it does the same thing as what your that's
We
going.
never had that problem when I was a kid.
They did. They didn't know what it was. That's what I said. They're just now, like in the last few years, they come out with all this gluten free stuff because they didn't know that.
Anybody in my school years that couldn't eat certain foods. I know of one. She couldn't have milk. Something about the milk. And it said it gave her gut aches or whatever. Didn't make her sick or whatever, but said it hurt. She couldn't have milk. Is that gluten? Milk?
No.
See? That's the only one I know of. When we went to the school cafeteria, we didn't know what they were even going to serve us that day. We just ate it.
Yeah. Kevin wants to know if you eat turkey.
Yes. Only if certain ways. Like if she has leftover turkey and she's gonna make say chili or something like that, she can throw chunks of it in there and I'm fine with it. But as far as turkey dinners, the traditional turkey dinners with the dressing and stuff, I'll eat the dressing and some of the stuff, but I don't really care for turkey at all.
Yeah.
Now, also, he acts like, okay, the stuff. I think they're going to talk about pizza here again. That's why I'm hanging in there. But he doesn't like turkey, and I understand people don't like turkey, and that could be his. I mean, that his taste buds. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, right? But maybe the guy's a little bit of a picky eater. But it sounds like they just eat chili. Chili's about it. Doesn't like turkey. He's a big turkey. Come on, let's talk about pizza again. I got to get this one good one in here.
And let's see. Laura says, so glad there are gluten-free options now for those who have celiac. Yes, and I said, Laura, you would know in particular because she worked for Barilla for a number of years, and Barilla come out with a gluten-free pasta, which was a godsend for people with celiac disease.
For people that actually eat food, you don't even eat food. Your opinions really don't count here because you don't even eat food. You eat this boiled up pot of stuff that smells like yesterday's fart.
Oh, vegetables?
It ain't vegetables. There's nasty stuff in there. It doesn't smell that way. It don't even smell good.
Oh my God, I just told you it's cauliflower and broccoli.
And what does it smell like?
And mushroom. Yeah, it smells bad.
It smells bad.
When you're boiling it, it does. Sometimes I put it in the oven.
Good food is not supposed to smell bad. It's just very simple.
It's not when you.
Oh boy, I don't even want to touch that one. Yeah, the guy. No wonder you can't have good food. You can't have good food because you don't like anything too. That's another problem.
Get it done.
If a restaurant smelled like that when you walked in that front door, you would say, let's go somewhere else.
Okay. Well, we will agree to disagree.
No, we're not going to disagree. I would not go into a restaurant that smelled like that.
Okay, Tammy Person said, I agree, Skip. No one had these allergies when we grew up, like peanuts. You can't take peanut butter sandwich to school anymore.
Crazy.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm sure that whenever they hand out C rations to our boys in battle with their guns on their back saying, hey, we got C rations. Does anybody need any gluten-free C rations here?
Virgil says, growing up, did you live in Middleton?
Middleton. I mean, and the guy Skip here, he doesn't even have a sense of humor, I guess, right? I mean, I got it right away. I mean, maybe whoever's hanging out with me here. I mean, you probably got it too. Somebody did a joke in here.
That's what he said. Growing up, did you live in Middleton?
Middleton.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that means.
Middleton. He claims that all the bad stuff, and I mean, anybody that's has the police called on them, they're from Middleton. He doesn't understand what that person was saying there. It wasn't me. I got one more comment coming up. I think I don't know if she reads it or not. I don't know. But anyways, I mean, I got it. How come he doesn't get it? He makes fun of Middleton all the time, unless he's pulling one over on me.
Gluten is a structural protein complex naturally found in a certain cereal series of grains, wheat, and corn. Yes.
Ah,
That's the best way to put it. Structural protein complex.
ah.
Timothy O'Leary. Sue is mispronouncing Sakura. Skip is correct. Google the word. I'm going by Linda, and she's Japanese, and she told me that's how you say it. So
I think you remember wrong. I could have sworn she said a Sakura.
that's what I always called it. And she,
You've always called it Sakura.
no,
That sounds like a hillbilly word, doesn't it?
no.
Sakura. I'm going to go to Sakura.
All right, take the Japanese and how they pronounce it. They don't pronounce like that.
You know, you've never been in Japan.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Show me the scientific evidence.
Okay. Linda, where are you, Linda? In references in central Pennsylvania, bistro is really just a small restaurant, serve a soup and sandwich. Yeah, just small restaurants. We are.
I can do soup and sandwiches.
Yeah.
If that's what it is.
Well,
Listen,
We have more than one soup. That's the problem with a lot.
no, the soups are going to be too complicated for him. It's not going to be, I don't know, the meat and potato type soups. They're going to be too complicated. That's the best way to put it. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
These restaurants on a lot of things is when you go in, you say, what's the soup? They have one soup. That's all they have. Either you take it or leave it. Or another thing, you go to restaurants anymore, nobody has pies. Nobody has cake. Levin's kind of does, but when was the last time you went to a restaurant and they had on the menu dessert with chocolate cake? They don't have any.
Larson is a grocery store in suburban Chicago that sells only gluten-free products. Yeah. Larson, they've come out with all the new stuff now, and thank goodness for these people. They don't have to go without, because otherwise you have to go without, but you want to be sickly all the time.
That makes about as much sense to me as the store that opened up down here that sells nothing but flip-flops.
They're still in business.
Who would have thought that someday I could open up a business full-time, make a living selling nothing but socks?
Socks.
I think there's a business called that, nothing but socks.
Yeah, and Kevin said the milk intolerance is lactose. If you're lactose intolerant, yeah.
I knew one girl that was. But there wasn't no hospital or anything about it.
Well,
Oh my God, I can't believe he just said that. Oh my, did I accidentally shut it off?
and just Smith's restaurants don't care about nutrition. Just look at most menus. That's
You
true.
know, all I care about is serving good tasting and smelling food.
Yeah, Lars said Brill made bank when they introduced their gluten-free pastas about 10 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, because, that's something that you really miss. If you couldn't have the wheat flour and the rye and what have you, pasta, that's basically a staple for everybody. Couldn't go to the Italian restaurants and get what they're famous for because you couldn't eat that kind of stuff. Now that they've got gluten-free, there's a difference. Only thing is, in the restaurant, I don't think they have it on the menu whether it's gluten-free or not. I know you can buy it, but whether they have it in the restaurants, I don't know. Portillo's has chocolate cake, Skip.
They do. There's down there in this, apparently it's a famous thing they have. But I don't care for Portillo's. I've had a couple, 3 different sandwiches there, and
Cody's had chocolate cake, and Gio's Deli has chocolate cake.
who?
Cody's
I don't know about Cody's. Maybe they do. I don't know.
and Gio's Deli.
Gio, what?
Gio's Deli.
Where's that?
That's a place that had the sauce on the pizza that hurts your belly.
Gio's Deli?
Mhm.
I've never been to a place called Gio's.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, we've been there. You didn't like it because you said when you come out of there, it felt like you had.
Oh, that little restaurant where you park in the back.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of a neat little place. That's the problem is that food's really good.
Yeah.
But every time I left that place, we get halfway down the road and it felt like whatever's in that food is in my belly growing. And by the time I get almost home, I told Sue, I feel like I'm going to throw up.
Yeah, no, I think it was some kind of spice.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we got another restaurant that the food is good. You can't get good food in Florida, according to Skip, right? And specifically the Villages. You got good food, but this food grows in your stomach. It's good food. You said you can't get good food. Who cares that it's growing in your stomach? Your comment was you can't get good food in Florida. I think we're up to like the 5th or 6th restaurant here. And I mean, we just got started here. I know I'm being facetious or whatever, but let's see what this is.
Rancher says a few miles away from us is a restaurant that has been open since the 50s. Looks like it hasn't been updated since then. Don't mess with the waitresses. They don't hold back. It's
I love that. We went to a restaurant that was famous for insults and things. I can't remember what the name of it was.
Yeah, we
And
know.
they just started insulting you right away. They come to your table with and say, "So what do you want? I don't
Dicks.
want to make too many trips here. Tell me what you want to eat and drink. I'll bring it all on one trip." I don't know. They just started talking
I
like
feel
that.
right at home.
I thought it was funny.
Was the food good there?
Says, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Was it in Florida?
36 will be a great year, Sue. You're looking great. Skip too. Well, I'm hoping I'm here for 2036, but I know what you mean.
2036. Oh, he means 2026.
Well,
Like these little phones, you've got fat fingers. You hit the wrong keys.
yeah, I do that a lot. So.
Or another thing that gets in the way, and I wish I could shut it off, is spell correct or correct spelling. Because if you don't read what you just typed, sometimes what you send isn't what you typed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and most people, that had a good education figure that out. I don't know why if I leave one letter out, you can't figure out what I'm saying.
And obviously, it's not too important to Skip. Skip's this big guy, he's the computer guy, he's the news guy, he's the smart guy, right? Doing the news, you wouldn't think somebody would be stupid doing the news, right? Even though, he just reads, right? So how smart do you have to be to read? But the one thing is, you can turn it off, Skip. The autocorrect, auto spelling, you could turn it off. It's just not that important to you. And that's your laziness as well. And putting your priorities in there. I mean, maybe it's not a priority good enough, obviously not good enough. But you should be smart enough to know that you could turn that off. And I don't even know that you can, but I know that you can. You know why? Because you can. I don't even have to look to find out. Guarantee you can turn it off.
And most people can figure that out in a minute.
Who says I read your stuff?
I know you've told me before. I understand a damn word you said. And that's what it is. I left out a letter or something in some word. Brad Shane says you're in the sun too long. Well, he's got his long pants on today, Brad, so that should help.
It is so bright over here, I can't even hardly see my phone.
Oh, yeah. And Kevin,
Well, I mean,
1963 Harding Pack.
he can't even see his phone. He's doing a live stream. And he's got his phone in his face. He's not even like looking at it most of the time. It's not even. It's just like in his face. Why is it in his face? I mean, you can do what you want in your own live stream, obviously, but it just doesn't seem right. I mean, if you're not looking anything up, put the phone down, Jack.
In the villages. Any of you guys looking? Make sure you go take a look. He's got a heck of a deal. Okay, let me see. We're down to our last 10 minutes, so.
Okay, start reading the stuff now.
Okay.
I don't even know why to read this.
Daddy. Go to Daddy. Daddy.
Hopefully, there's another one.
Whatever.
Hopefully, she reads my other one. Basically, the same as the other one.
Friday, December the 5th is the Wildwood Christmas Parade at 6 p.m. So if you're not going over to Lake Sumter for the tree lighting, go over to Wildwood and watch the parade. It's at 16th and Central Avenue.
Yeah, they don't have any good food over there either.
Dance party, December 6th.
What parade are you talking about?
Wildwood.
What party?
Parade.
Well, what parade? Christmas?
Yeah. Wildwood Christmas.
Announced they're going to have the Christmas parade back at the polo fields.
So the villages. This is Wildwood.
Well, we're all the same thing, right?
No,
You sure?
I'm sure.
Positive?
I'm positive. Wildwood is having their own.
So Wildwood goes part of the village as the rest people.
Okay. Anyhow,
Anyhow,
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Friday,
Friday.
16th and Central. in Wildwood.
Something central.
If you love your parade, I think that'd be cool.
Another thing too, this guy Skip, you have a simple traffic stop, right? And this guy parades your face and your name. A simple traffic stop. Okay, DUI, you shouldn't be like drinking and driving, obviously, but I mean, on a golf cart, if you're on a golf cart, I mean, you can harm somebody, but I mean, anyways, if you get a DUI on a golf cart, this idiot right here puts your name and your face and everything in his videos. I mean, I just find that it just turns my stomach, let's say.
Actually, our parade for the villages is at the polo fields, and I think it's the 11th, but I'm not sure, which will be next week. Dance party, December 6th. Bring your own booze and snacks with Renegade at Everglades Rec Center.
You would actually say booze.
BYOB.
Bring your own beer.
Beverage.
Bring your own.
Beverage.
Yes.
I always thought bring your
I
own
said
beer.
booze, but it's bring your own beverage.
Is it gluten free? Beer?
Well, I don't know.
No, it isn't.
I don't offend anybody.
Well,
It's got corn syrup, right?
Everglades, $10 cash at the door. Doors open at.
I'm just kidding.
5:30 and the band starts at 6. But yeah, I've been to a few of those where you go and you have a table of 6, 7 people, and you all bring some kind of snacks and share.
Did you bring Skip?
And dance. It's kind of cool. But this
Yeah,
one is at
we went to, I was at a rec center somewhere. I
Yeah.
can't remember, but they had an old man, had his funny dress on. He was showing people how to dance to a music. I came.
yeah, but this is at Everglades anyhow.
So anyway, our table, they brought stuff. I think Sorgus brought like a couple bottles of wine, and
Somebody brought cheese and crackers. Yeah.
somebody else brought like chicken wings or something. And then anyway, it's on the table, and we all just sat down there and
All right.
just grabbed.
The Village Ringers have December 5th at 7 p.m. are having a concert at New Covenant UMC at 3470 Woodridge Drive. It's $20 per person. And I asked Laura because she said something about bell ringers here. And so I asked her the other day because I just found out my sister-in-law lives up there pretty close to where she lives. And she's been doing the bell ring for 20 years through her church. And they've got something up there that they call Echo. And it's a bunch of churches that go together, and all their bell ringers get together and have this big concert. And that's what she's doing. But anyhow, the Village Ringers will be December 5th at 7 p.m. at New Covenant. And it's $20 a person if you like the bell ringers. Hobby's Gone Haywire Winter Showcase and Sale. It's Saturday, December 6th. It's 9 to 2 in Everglades Rec Center. I've never been to that one, actually. That sounds interesting. Hobby's Gone Haywire. So different kind of crafts and things like that for sale. Saturday, December 6th is the Boho Cafe. They have dancers, singers, comedians, skits, and comics. It's $2 admission. And they moved from the old side to Mulberry Grove Rec Center because they tore Paradise down put up a new one. So now they're in Mulberry Grove. Doors open at 6:15 p.m. And that sounds like it'd be a lot of fun for $2 admission, I think. Saturday is a tree lighting festival at Lake Sumter Landing, 4 to 9. The music is Empire.
Do they have any good food?
Tree lighting will be around 8 p.m. There's no guarantee that'll be, exactly at 8, but near that time limit there. There's a lot going on this weekend. Holiday Golf Cart Parade is December 7th in Osceola Hills, 6:30 p.m. at Burnstead Rec Center. Decorate your golf cart and tour the Festival of Lights throughout the neighborhood.
It's pretty cool.
That sounds like fun.
It is. But Skip won't bring you to any of that.
At the hotel.
Skip's a fuddy-duddy.
Waterfront Inn in Lake Sumter Landing in the lobby. And it supports special athletes in Sumter County.
Look, he's not paying attention. Whatever. It's like activities he doesn't care anything about.
On December 16th, at the inn.
My opinion.
In a bid book near the trees from 5:30 to 7 on December 16th. So, I've seen people that's got some of those trees that's been decorated. I mean, there's some really, really pretty ones too. And I had never been on one before, but I thought about it. But we don't even put up a tree here most of the time. But they do have some unusual stuff, and there's different groups, different what do I want to call them? And just groups, organizations, different organizations, different groups, stuff that they go in. They'll go all in and decorate a tree, and I said it goes for a good cause. It's the special athletes for the Special Olympics, and that's who gets the money from this. And so it's a very, very good cause. Plus, it's something to do.
That's great.
So I think there's a lot going on. I didn't get it all, but that's a lot. That's enough for you to get started anyhow.
Yeah, but you won't be able to get any good food.
Okay. I wanted to thank Brad Shea.
I don't.
Last week, I think it was the first week, maybe this week, I don't know. But I've changed the thumbnail. All the time it's been two rocking chairs. Was my name and Sue's name on each one of them.
Squeaky rocking chair.
Thumbnail that has a lot of things introduced in that thumbnail that we do here or have done. And I'm going to start using that thumbnail from here forward. So
I must not have seen it.
Huh?
I must not have seen
yeah,
it.
you did. You're the one who told me about it. Oh, I like
The one I sent it to.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So anyway,
Oh my God!
Brad, I'm going to start using that from here on forward.
Don't be afraid to send Krusty Rusty some thumbnails.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you to all our moderators and everybody else out there. Love you.
Yeah, and we're out too. Thanks for hanging in there. Nobody wanted to come on the panel. Nope.
How has grief been?
Nobody wanted to come on the panel.
I always thought of myself.
I appreciate you hanging in there. Like and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we'll be back another time. And that's it. Thank you again. Like and subscribe. Thank you. Hey, let's get a panel going and discuss a few things. There we go.